As you flew over the forest, you saw a wind funnel of dragons far east over the high moor and a strange light. The sky over the high moor is overcast, dimpled like an inverted ocean. Just killed Chuth, then banished a pit fiend. You cleared the Misty Forest and restored order to King Melindrak's reign. Melindrak dispatched a formal apology for the Draco Rage Mythal to the dragons. The Council of Scales is set to vote in 2 mornings on whether to join fronts with the humans. Also in 2 mornings is the Council of Waterdeep. You stride to the lower castle ward, into a large oak tree planted near a gate. Plated soldiers pull blades or lower pole axes. It's raining here. All of you are, as you walk through this portal into Waterdeep, you are just immediately drenched. All these soldiers point their weapons at you. All of you step through. It is an assault on your senses, blah, blah, blah. You enter Waterdeep, and one of the guards yells out, "Put your weapons away," and they all have to stay. The sound is so grating and gross after being in almost complete silence in the Misty Forest. The smell is... Well, Rika and Talia probably have some emotional attachment to it, and Baisha probably doesn't smell it at all. But Esoteric would be really offended by the smell of the city. The sound of every animal.
And he's been in hell.
And you guys come through, and this guard tells the other guards who are standing there to go back to their posts. He says, "What can I do for you, heroes of Waterdeep? We were told to keep an eye out."
Famous.
I will wave my hand at Rika to kind of, shush her so not to draw undue attention. Act like all's normal.
Is there anything I can do for you? Please, let me know. This guy in plate armor, wavy brown hair.
Not for me personally, I just want to go to bed. It's been a long week. And I don't think there's much else we can do in the next 2 days until the Dragon Council decides, unless there's new information we haven't been made aware of.
So it's early, but it's also rainy. You guys are walking through here, and it is offensive to the senses, but it's also raining, which cleans everything out a little bit.
I kind of just want to chillax unless there's something important that we aren't aware of in the next 2 days that we need to deal with. So that's basically what I'm asking. Or can we just, recoup?
Would you like me to find somewhere for you to recoup?
No, we have a place to stay. I just wanted to make sure there wasn't anything we needed to be addressing.
Not that I know of, sirs and misses.
I don't think this guy knows what we need to be doing. I say we just lay low and head home. Visit the family. Maybe Bobby Jam.
I will turn to Esoteric and ask for a reminder of any outstanding threads we may need to follow up on, or if we should take the time to...
You guys just standing at this gate? This gate between the castle ward and the main street is where you guys are at.
I would find a ledge to stand under so we're not getting pelted by rain, but I still want to ask Esoteric that question.
A square building around here with a long second level that comes up and comes out further than the house.
Esoteric would be aware of any pressing matters.
All right, then. If you need me, you know where to find me. Rika waves as she walks off towards her father's dojo.
You are pelted with rain? You're headed back to the dojo. You do actually get a couple people calling out when they see all 4 of you together. They call you Draco Moore, That's what these people happen to be calling you. They bang pots and pans.
Hey, drag 'em more to you two.
Dragon killers! A lot of brave young men who don't even leave the awnings that they're under call out to Rika. And you guys get to the dojo. 45 foot by 30 foot hardwood floor dojo. Come in, just shake yourself off. Your older brother Kinyaku is leading a class with about 15 students. He sees you guys come in and he gives you the look that means, don't interrupt my class, I'm in the middle of something.
I don't think my family's met Baishra and Esoteric yet. And I'm a little surprised they followed me home. Rika's kind of been giving them the side eye the whole way, wondering if they were ever going to break off and go their own way.
Talia will bow to him as she enters the dojo, but will stay silent, adhering to his request by glare to not disrupt.
Well, no, that's a good point. Did Esoteric and Baishra come in? Because, yeah, that is a different discussion.
Oh,
I mean, if Rika indicates that she's uncomfortable, then no. But if she doesn't say anything, then I probably would just...
She doesn't say anything, but she looks uncomfortable. She has specifically looked uncomfortable.
I guess I'll make an insight check to see if I pick up on that.
I should not pick
Probably
up
be
on
a
that,
disadvantage. You're probably not even paying attention.
Very distracting. People are banging pots and pans, Social cues are being missed. Everybody's keeping their heads down from the rain.
Oof. Wow, you have a really good insight.
After a while, then before we get too far, I guess I would kind of
split off.
Put my hand on Baisha's shoulder and just kind of steer him off in their direction.
You guys know of an inn nearby.
I would probably go to, because wherever we stayed last time.
Right. The Tumbling Barmaid is right down the street from where you are right now.
Bring him to a place where he can get something to eat.
Rika, this room is exceptionally more full of students than it probably ever has been. It's just packed in here, and he gives you that look like, don't do it, don't screw up the class, but then you start getting a lot of looks as both of you come in the door, wet, but still in your armor, obvious your blonde hair. You see kids looking at you in just astonishment.
Mm-hmm. Rika does a little kata that does her prestidigitation spell, and it just all the water just she kind of stomps the floor, and all the water droplets just shoot off of her body to dry her off.
All right, Kenyaku yells. Thank you for not making a show, little sister.
She just waves and then stomps up towards the stairs to her bedroom.
I want to make note of any of the students that didn't turn and look. Those that obeyed him, if any did.
There were a few at the front, older students who knew that they were being tested at the moment.
Okay. I just want to make note of them. I'm not going to approach them or anything or disrupt the class. I just wanted to make note of, so that I don't forget, just as out of character to you. My plan is to write down some, special something, like a technique or a tip or something I've discovered in my travels, or, that would help, that I could pass on to Kenyaku to say, here, you can use this yourself, but give these to those three because they deserved it.
Yeah. You and Rika fought here for a long time. That was a lot of how you guys advanced in your skills. So yeah, you are definitely in the habit of molding and shaping anybody who comes in here.
Yeah. I'm not going to, like I said, disrupt it right now to do it, but I'll probably, as I've been doing calligraphy stuff, when I go up to my room later, I'll make some fancy scroll that details it so they can feel like it's really special and important, or even if it's something basic that might help them out, but just do it up nice. It won't take probably 10 minutes a piece to do for the 3 students, but I just wanted to kind of add that.
Okay, so Rika, you get upstairs, you meet, well, your father's up there. This is still early morning, and he just stands up and he says, Rika, what are you doing home?
Oh,
He
we
comes
just got
up
back
and
from
gives
killing
you
a
a
dragon.
hug.
Killed a giant dragon.
Again,
We've got some time off. Yeah. How many dragons is that now?
I've lost count. The demon was more concerning to me, honestly. I really just want to relax for a couple days.
That is a lot to take in over coffee. Will you come sit with me? Come. And he sits down at the table. All right, tell me about this green dragon.
Somebody said it was green. You're working for them.
I could explain my way out, but I don't need to.
Talia
Just
will
say
be...
the tales of your story or your happenings reach far over here.
One of your names in the city is Purge Viridius.
Yeah, because we did spend a few days traveling and then killing to do the demon stuff, so would have traveled back by now.
Well, we fought a green dragon near a waterfall, and behind the waterfall was like this dungeon where the dragon had these prisoners, and they were humans from a nearby village. So we rescued them and helped them escape. The dragon wasn't happy about that, so
I can't
he
imagine.
came to punish us.
Normally, I wish you would have, sent some even more clear word of what was going on. Maybe I could have come and help. It's not that far off. I'm not that old yet. I hope both of you have not forgotten who taught you what you know.
Oh, you'd be willing to come with us on an adventure?
Of course.
Talia will smile fondly and say, you still have plenty here to be taken care of. Better that one with your experience be the one to protect what we have here to come back to.
To be honest, your fame has... we have not seen gold move to this dojo and Mikagami-do in this amount in some time, and I think a lot of that has to do with both of your rising fame.
Is that why we have so many new students downstairs?
Yes. If there is an upside to the turmoil, yes, I believe that is why we have so many new students.
It is but a token to what you've done for me over the years, so I'm glad it has been to some benefit.
Plus, she's always taking care of me.
You are a lot to
Not
take
bad.
care of, Rika.
Talia will chuckle. And by the way, she's been kind of downplaying her role in this the whole time. Like, she's not going to lie or be inaccurate, but she will just, not be embellishing or playing up her part. Like, although it gets more difficult towards the end because there's only like 2 people involved in the last round or 2 of that, but it's like she'll be kind of like waving off some of it to luck or circumstance or whatever have you.
Nintai actually comes in, your slightly older sister. Dark brown hair. She is wearing her basic Lathander white robes. A little symbol of a road and a sun on her chest. She comes in and says, what? Like, she was off in her own role for a second, then she realizes that both of you are sitting at the table, and she says, what are you doing home?
Oh, it's good to see you too.
Yeah, she comes in, hugs you. She says, I must get to the church, but I will talk to you soon, okay?
We should be here for at least a couple days.
All right. And she leaves.
How is the family doing, Father? Any troubling news?
Horetsu's getting into trouble as usual. If you guys Want to slap him around a little bit while you're here? I would not say no to that. But no, there's nothing more than just constant work to be done.
Has Raiden returned at all since we've been here last?
Has who?
Raina.
She has not.
Oh, she wasn't there when we came here last, and she hadn't been for some time.
She has not come back. I know you two were friends. If I hear anything, I will tell you. First off. No, I have not heard from her, but do not worry. He sees the look on your face, and he says that she does this sometimes. It's just part of her nature. Esoteric and Baishra, you guys head through the rain to the inn. Celeste, an older barmaid, behind the bar. There's one guy drinking at the end of the bar. This place just opened up. It's kind of musty from overnight with dust snow in the early light.
I'll just order us 2 meals. I don't know, chicken plate. I don't know whether the standard is. Nothing fancy, nothing skimpy either.
Gruel,
Not really,
got it.
We're not really aiming to do anything specific. Just kind of relaxing. I imagine we would probably get contact with Rika and Talia to maybe, I don't know, meet the Lord's Council, Harper's, something, but not until the next day. We're just relaxing for the rest of this day.
I will follow Esoteric's lead. I'd be munching on some snack that I got with me.
One thing Rika's really curious about is while she was walking home, there was a big flyer that said that there was like this big like auction of like really valuable things that was going to draw a large crowd.
I have no idea what you're talking about. None. Not even the remotest clue.
Oh, you didn't see it?
No, what are you talking about?
It said every magical item your heart could ever desire.
Yeah, it was a big auction. It's like a once a year thing that happens in Waterdeep. And it's going to be tomorrow. Yeah, Rika grabbed the flyer as she was walking past. She used it to keep the rain off of her head. But now that she's home...
It said looking for drummer is what that said. You thought it said something like that. The rain outside is just kind of nice. It's a really quiet day. Sit around and have some gruel. Hang out in your usual booth. Eventually this very rich-looking, older white gentleman with black graying hair comes in. Like gold chains and multiple layers of robes on. He comes over to Esoteric and Baishra. He holds a finger up to the bar lady. He says, I am Arthagast, Ulbrinter. I was wondering if I may have a word with you.
Have we heard of this guy's name?
He was the guy who was killed before the last Heroes Alliance. He's married to Remallia Haventree. He got brought to life, obviously.
Yeah, I'm about to say, wait, did you say he was killed? I don't think they was hear that.
No, last you knew he was dead, yes. So it would be kind of a surprise, but I'm not entirely sure you would. I mean, yeah, you probably know him as
magic. But...
You probably know him as Remalia's husband, is who you know him as, the guy who owns the mine. That
I do remember saying sorry about your husband to somebody.
Right. It's that guy. So he comes in. Esoteric, just being esoteric, would have known that, yeah.
Okay.
So you know who this guy is right off the bat. And he's like, I have a business proposition. Maybe I could Sit down. Where's the rest of your party?
They are off, relaxing in their own preferred methods. Perhaps seeing family and friends. I don't know exactly. Not our business.
That makes sense. Yes, family is important. I've had some feelers out, and I have been told that you are the new force on the coast. I'm having some trouble up north over the course of a couple 100 miles of mines, and cities that live off those mines have been taken over. I'm not entirely sure by who, but I need someone to go there and deal with the situation. He pulls a parchment out of his cloak and sets it on the table. It's a little written out document that's kind of explaining the area that he's talking about. Is up north, near the mountains. Up near the Vine of the World.
Hag, asks, do you have... So you have no ideas about what this could involve?
I assume it has something to do with the cult, which is why I wanted to bring it up myself.
Yes, I was gonna ask, like, if it does, if you don't think it involves the cult, we may have more pressing matters. But if it does,
Of course.
that is a different story.
Yes, I believe this may be the linchpin of their plans, especially in this area.
But they seem to be telling the truth, at least as much as he believes. Another one.
He's hard to read. He seems genuine, I guess.
What are the papers he is presenting? Is it like proving he owns the land, or what is it?
Well, there's a couple different papers underneath there. There's the kind of overall layout of the section of land that he wants you to cover. And then there's a contract stating that you guys will clear out anyone who's related to. And there's this huge long list of mines. And then there's cities, a list of cities that must be cleared out for the contract to be fulfilled.
Okay, well
Looking at it, maybe it's like a week or two's worth of work.
Like villages, like mining villages, or like actual cities?
Mining villages, but over this large of a period, you get like one major city in there, which is probably the least affected point.
Do I know how far away the nearest location is, or just in general sense how far this would be?
Okay, it is up in the south of the Lurkwood, Spine of the World, Lurkwood, Long Saddle, Morgar's Mound are all areas that are both areas that are in this. So up in that area.
Okay, so pretty far northwest, like Icewind edge.
Yeah, it's pretty much everything there that's not. It's a straight line, diagonal.
So is it like between Tribor and Mirabar, or?
Yeah, if you ignore Lurkwood and Neverwinterwood, just the area between that is what he's talking about. So basically everything Tribor to Mirabar. Right.
The Crag Mountain Range.
So it's a lot. It's a couple 100 miles north to get there. I mean, it's probably like 500 miles north to get there, which is not crazy with your guys' speed. And then it's another 300, 400 miles probably. The areas he's asking you to clear out is about 400 miles.
Well, I was saying, I would need to run it by the rest of my party, but I'm not gonna bother them until tomorrow at the earliest. So at least one evening's relaxation. But I would say, just looking at this, it does seem to be a rather large task to ask of us. I'm not saying it's impossible, I'm just saying it may not be done as quickly as you're wishing it to.
Well, I understand, and I will take all accounts. But I can pay better than most, and I will pay better than most.
That is, I'm not doubting that, and if it does have to do with Call of the Dragon, it's definitely something we would most likely be interested in investigating, but like I said, I'll try to get back to you tomorrow.
He just looks kind of miffed. Well, then, yes, I'll come visit you tomorrow. You say your friends are where exactly?
They're in the city. I don't know where exactly. And like I said, we're having at least one night off before we consider doing anything else. I believe we have earned that.
Right, of course. Stands up. Thank you very much, and he says, I will cover them, and he hands Celeste
I'll be
a
in touch.
bag before pulling up his cloak and heading out into the rain.
Alright, I'll cast Ascending to Talia. And I'll just say, hey, we've just been approached with a job. I'm not going to tell you the details on the morrow. Enjoy your night. I just wanted you to know that Ramila's husband seemed impatient. He may try tracking you down.
I'll reply. Thanks for the heads up. We'll keep our heads down. I'm intrigued to hear what he has to say.
To sending Natalia's filler in, I'll share the job details, and this dude may try to track her down, or them down, her and Rika. Just a warning. Not that I'm saying like, oh, gotta be on guard. Just saying, possibly could happen. What time of day is it right now?
It took information to get to him a little while, so you've been there maybe an hour before he came in and left shortly afterwards.
Okay. Well, yeah, like I said earlier, I don't have any plans of doing anything specific. So, but if it's not too late in the day, I might just, walk around the city a little bit. But again, not aiming to do anything specific. Just kind of taking the sights in. But yeah, but really, I'm just looking forward to sleep. Probably very tired. Yeah. Anyway, just trying to take it easy.
Ale and whores for everyone.
Does anybody go shopping or anything?
I am going to go ahead and get the Eldritch Claw tattoo this afternoon.
So you go through the rain down to the docks. Everything's much slower.
I will ask Rika to come with me to watch my back since I'll be vulnerable during this time, and I want to make sure that I'm not because her paranoia is after everything the last few weeks, her paranoia is tip top. So don't want an assassin taking me out in the middle of the city while I've got my pants down, so to speak. With
Wait, where are you getting the tattoo? The pants are gonna be down?
No, I said it's figurative. Not getting it on my ass cheek or anything.
Mm-hmm.
You guys head down the what? Swaying of boats and drinking sailors. Take off the gold. That's going to take up basically the rest of your afternoon is laying there. And if Rika's watching your back, that's her afternoon too. Just sitting out in the rain.
But before we go, we're going to stop at a bookstore, and Rika's going to get some new fiction books to read.
I've got like a dozen in my backpack you haven't read yet.
Nuh-uh, I've been reading all those.
I have no problem stopping at a bookstore. I was just giving it a hard time. Literally, I'm saying this as we're walking into a bookstore saying, this is pointless, but I'm not going to begrudge it because, I know this is what she loves, so we're going to do it.
I'll just be a minute.
You enter the musty bookstore, old guy with a mustache, and he says, Rika, where have you been?
I'm the Virtus killer. Virtus.
That's so funny.
We've been helping the lords and ladies of Waterdeep.
They've been calling you all sorts of things. Yes, we've heard. We're very proud of you. I mean, to have basically an alumni. Oh, and would you like to maybe look at our new romance? We haven't had so much interest since you've been gone.
Sure. And I can trade some old books in, right? Rika shuffles through her bag of holding XL.
Of course.
Starts putting books up on the counter.
Starts looking through them. So you traded these books. What sort of books are you looking for? Are you actually looking for something on, like, dragon lore? Are you looking for purposeful stuff, or are you just looking for fun fiction?
Rika's just looking for adventure fiction. There's this new book series called Dragonlance.
So yeah, he takes you in. He gets you all the Dragonlance novels and a couple of action figures, and he says he will trade you your old books and a couple gold for all of that.
Gives him 10 gold.
His wife actually comes out of the back and says, "You're supposed to stop in to see us once in a while."
We're on the road so much, I can hardly even see father and my siblings.
Well, it doesn't take too much time to stop in and see us now, does it? She comes over and gives you a hug.
I'll try to be better.
She comes over to Talia, gives you a stern look before giving you a hug as well. They know you fairly well as the girl who comes in here with Rika. They don't really know beyond that.
Yeah, while she's browsing romances, and I'm going to be looking at medical stuff. Not to learn to become a doctor necessarily, but to aid in my precision strikes and pressure points and stuff. I'm looking for, like, arteries and nerves and that kind of stuff.
Not for looking for arteries, for looking for books about looking for arteries.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Oof. You find some poetry.
This is not the heart I was talking about. I will ask the proprietor to point me in the direction, so I'm not, like, making a fool of myself in this bookstore that I'm not familiar with. Aside from some histories, they probably deal mainly in fiction. I get it.
Finding that. This is a pretty deep place. It feels really small, like it's not very wide, not very tall, but it's really long and just filled to the top with brim. To the top with brims. To the top with books.
Yeah, I was just doing that to fill the time while she did her stuff. I'm not going to stay in here any longer than necessary because I know we're getting on to the tattoo. I'm just, so that I'm not just staying there doing nothing. I was like, well, look for this while I'm here. Don't find anything. So
Okay, you hear the tingling of the door opening and you're like, shit, Rika just left.
Rika hurries across the street to get some honey buns.
All right, it's later in the afternoon, and he's like, yeah, he's already having a beer. He's like, yeah, sure, I'll do you a tattoo.
Rika's covered in powdered sugar from eating beignets.
Oh, beignets. I love beignets so much.
And yeah, he gets you the tattoo. What is your tattoo looking like?
It's the kanji for shinobi.
You know what? Actually, Nintai, she comes in, she sees you, Esoteric, and you, Baishra, in the inn. Just this, well, you don't know who she is. She's just in a white robe. She has this symbol of Lathander on her chest. She walks up to you guys and she says, I'm Rika's sister. Are you with her? Or do you know where she is?
That she seems to be telling the truth. Does she look like Rika?
I guess make an insight check. She doesn't look anything like Rika. Like, at all. She's got dark brown hair, almost black, tied back. She just looks so serious that you're like, this can't be. But she seems to be being honest. She's kind of just like, oh, well, do you know where they are?
No, I assumed we were going to visit the family, and we split up.
Yeah, I was hoping they would still be there. So you must be Esoteric, right?
Yes.
I've heard a lot about you. There's much muttering among the churchgoers of the city as to who you might choose to switch to. Which god might be best for you?
Interesting.
Yes, have I told you about Lathander? He's rather exceptional. We do all sorts of constant charity, and we are trying to take better care of the birthing stations and the care of the people who run them. It really is my life's work, and I believe you would be remiss if you looked over him as an option.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind.
Well, I'm just waiting for Rika. I can wait.
I don't think they'd be coming here. I think they're going to be staying with their family for tonight.
Well, I was just there, and they were not there. But I will talk to you later. It was good talking to you.
Okay.
Goodbye, Baisha.
Later, she's going to say, Rika, your friends smell like brimstone and swamp gas.
Some guards show up at the inn, and they deliver you letters.
Could have gotten mail, Tom. You had to get stabbed with a needle 10,000 times.
What is the current date today?
The 7th. You guys are getting on towards later in the day in the 7th. You guys actually return. This would be when you return back to the dojo. So if anything happened before then, you would have to let me know. But they leave these there for you. Esoteric, they deliver both of those to you and Baishra.
One of the things I guess Talia would be thinking upon reading this later that evening is, this is the same day that the council, we're supposed to get word back from the dragons after their council has ended. So I'm thinking in my mind, is this going to conflict? How were we, and you may be correct because I'm just misremembering, but how were we going to find out the results of the Dragon Council decision on the 9th?
I don't think you had like a clear way to get that information, but you could probably easily fix that by sending Otari Leocarnos or something. Or somebody at this meeting might already know. Yeah, this is that night, the night of the 9th. The council will be happening in the morning. Both the Council of Scales and the Council of Waterdeep will be happening.
I will, when reading, I'll kind of trace my finger over the name, because like it says Talia Mikigami, but it never like had that name directly attributed to me necessarily. That's being by association mainly, so it's like fondness of like, hey, that's nice. She didn't like that, so she's being overly sentimental at the moment, I guess, because she's just mentally weary because it's been a long few weeks, and then just seeing that, she's like, it's good to be home and all this. So.
Yeah, you guys shack up at Kieran's place. Okay, then, nothing else happens that day. Nintai, the following morning, will talk to Rika. She waits for Rika to get up. She says, I really need you to talk to your friend, Esoteric, about joining Lathander. This is important, okay?
I'm pretty sure he is already a priest of somebody.
Yeah, but he can't continue being a priest of hell. Aren't they going to kick him out or something? He's not doing what they want him to.
Well, who told you all that?
You know what, Rika? You were mixed up in things that are way bigger than you. Can't believe you even do this to your father. It's so rude.
What did I do?
You're just running away. Just run away and, what, go throw yourself in a dragon's mouth? How do you think that makes him feel? You know what? It's just not about you. What I need you to do is help me with something larger than both of us.
Do you want me to try to convince him to switch his religion?
Well, yeah, it's at least to think about it, you know? Come meet some people. He didn't seem very receptive to the idea when I talked to him, but who knows? And really, you should just not be doing this at all. What are you doing?
I don't even worship Lathander. Why not? Why wouldn't I convince him to change to the Church of Chantier? Why are you laying this on my lap?
Well, okay, I thought we were sisters who would help each other out, but I guess we're not. So that's fine too. I mean, what else would I expect from you, Rika? You've never helped me with anything. She just leaves.
Nintai, wait, come back. Nintai.
Unless you're chasing her.
No, she just calls after her and watches her leave down the stairs.
Okay, so you guys are on the morning of the 8th. It's still mildly rainy outside when you guys wake up.
Talia, we need new clothes. Wake up. Wake up, wake up,
What?
wake up. We need to go dress shopping. We have to have formal spring attire, whatever that means.
Formal attire. I clearly didn't pay attention to that part. Formal attire. Son of a bitch. And we have to RSVP. Wait, before we even say if we're gonna go, Esoteric messaged me last night and said that there may be a job we need to take on. We may not be back for this. Let's find out whatever's going on before we say we're gonna be there and not show up. Last thing I want to do is want to snub a noble. It's not gonna go well.
With the fundraiser, think of the children.
She just looks at you flatly, ignores you, and goes it's like,
And we get to bring a guest.
yes, and who were you planning to bring? She says as she's already trying to leave, like, grabbing quick breakfast. She will drop off the scrolls that she prepared that night for the 3 students with the brother.
Kenyaku.
And I'll just hand them to him, assuming the class started, it's just early yet, and just say, yeah, here's for the 3 boys and I'll describe them because obviously I don't know their names. It's like they showed great discipline yesterday, and sorry for interrupting again.
He will say, thank you for picking them out. I will push them extra hard today.
And I'll say to Rico over my shoulder as I leave him and say, I'm gonna go find Esoteric and Bysure. They're probably at the same inn they stayed at last time, and see if we can't find out information on this new job. Then we can respond. Or at least that's my plan. If you want to go ahead and respond, that's fine. But I think we need more information first. Besides, we have
a little sad.
We have plenty of clothes in the closet we can wear. We don't need a new dress for every new occasion that crops up.
Rika looks very unimpressed and even a little hurt.
Oh.
I'm gonna follow you to find Esoteric. Let me just give everybody a hug real quick. I had a fight with Nintai this morning. It's kind of upset me a little bit. Be right back.
Haritsu's asleep. He came in near the morning. You heard him come in and just lie in his bed. He gives you a grunt and a hug. Let's see. Sei is not in.
Yeah.
Did you have anything you specifically wanted to ask Haritsu?
What's up with Nintai?
Yeah, if you kind of bug him out of sleep, he eventually goes, she's always like that. She's a tight ass. I'm glad you're home. Now leave me alone.
She gets him with a pillow and then walks out, shuts the door quietly. She stomps downstairs and grabs a rice ball. Stops for a second, grabs the second one, and takes it to Talia.
throws it at the back of Talia's head, and Talia grabs it out of the air.
Exactly.
So you guys head over to the Tumbling Barmaid. Celeste says, "Finally, it's good to see you guys in here." So what are Esoteric and Baisha up to the following morning? Still pretty rainy out.
I'm very early. Maybe just be eating breakfast.
Celeste says to Rika, "Should I bring you out some potatoes and gruel as well?"
I'll just eat some whatever's on over here on the table.
Okay. Goes back to the bar.
Esoteric, can I interest you in joining the Church of Lathander?
So I take it you did cross paths with your sister after all.
She came
And
bug
it
you
actually
yesterday?
was your sister. Yes, she came in here looking for you apparently, but I did not know.
She burst into my room this morning
She
and
decided to proselytize at me.
yeah, she came in my room this morning and just threw a big drama fit over how everything's bigger than me and bigger than her and about you getting kicked out of hell and that you should turn to Lathander. I don't know what she was going on about. Why it was so important to her. Does she know something we don't know? What's going on, Esoteric?
I do not know.
What's going on in the world of the gods?
I'm definitely not the one to ask about that.
Maybe you should pray about it. She squints her eyes at you. But if you're looking around, you could always pray to Shantiak. That's who I worship. She's the earth goddess.
Talia's nibbling her snack for breakfast.
So, Esoteric, would you ever consider changing your religion?
It is a complicated subject. So the short answer would be yes.
Oh, well that's good to know that you're at least open-minded about it. So you're saying there's a chance. If I may be so bold as to ask such a personal question, why did you choose the religion you have now?
It was not a choice.
Well, are you free to make your choice now?
I do not know.
Well, maybe if you went and spoke to some other priests, they might have some wisdom for you. That's what I usually do. That's why I talk to you so often.
Sounds of thunking wood shutters. And kind of constant hum and whistle of wind.
So, guys, why aren't we going to the fundraising dance tonight?
So I
Tomorrow night.
take the sheaf of, well, the bundle of parchment, put it on the table, spread it out, and be like, so, what's his butt? The name that I definitely would know.
Arthagast Ulbrinter. Okay, different guy.
That guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright.
Ulbrinter. You know, good old Brinter. He approached us, attended it for the group of us, not just Baisha and I. Apparently the mines and, you know, surrounding lands he owns to the north have been overrun, invaded, taken over.
Oh my.
Has lost contact with them, and he believes, at least as far as I could tell, he believes that it may have something to do with the Cult of the Dragon.
We did, okay, out of character. Didn't we do something to do with mines?
We turned down the job, I thought. Wasn't it like one thing we could do to secure a vote, and then we did something else, and like, we
Yeah.
don't need to do the mind thing anymore?
It was the same guy too, actually. Oddly enough.
Oh, it was Remallia, because he was dead, wasn't he, at the time?
Yeah.
Or yeah,
He was the one that asked. Yeah.
this was about the time he got brought back.
Oh, okay.
There was some confusion about his aliveness at the time, as you know, happens.
You wouldn't think it would happen as much as it does, but yeah. So there it is.
Yeah,
So Rika says,
rich
yeah,
people.
wait a minute. Wasn't Remalia's husband dead? What's going on here? Who is this imposter?
To the wealthy and well-connected, death is but another obstacle.
How do we know it's really him?
Well, it's not like he is tasking us to do anything shady. He's wanting us to go secure land and paying money, and I mean, we could do our own investigation and we don't have to go through with it. My interest is the fact that it may be connected to the Cult of the Dragon.
Yeah, but he's preventing us from going to a fancy party. That sounds very suspicious to me. It's a fundraiser. Think of the children, Esoteric.
It would, I mean, the party would be a one-night affair. We could probably manage to attend and then do this job. That would probably be within the realm of possibility.
I mean, if we... Okay. Well, I don't know how any of y'all's magic works really quite yet, so could we tree stride there and do it and come back before the party?
Yes. Cross your nuts.
Also, it's like we're talking an expansive amount of land. It would not be a simple task. This would, be a time commitment, which is why I think it would make sense to be able to attend, a party on one night and then set off to do this job, because it will be a quest, an undertaking.
Yeah, but the Lord's Alliance will probably have other jobs for us to do.
Yes, that is very possible.
Well, at least if we hear them out on it, we can make an informed decision as to which job we wish to take, if we go that route. I only said we might go and do this instead of the other because I didn't know what the job was at the time and simply wanted to find out what the details were. I wasn't trying to make any kind of unilateral decision on that matter. And
We're supposed to...
if Esoteric thinks we can go to the party first and then continue with the job, or some other job if one is presented to us there, then that's perfectly fine by me.
I mean, we are very popular. I'm sure many of the lords would love to have us perform various tasks for them. I guess he wanted to get his foot in the door early.
Yes, because it's, as you say, we are now. Our deeds have been known. We are sure to be sought after. He wanted to get his offer out first, but it would be wise to wait. We no longer have to jump at every opportunity. We can allow them to come to us instead.
Torn between duty and profit.
Yes. And Talia speaks up, why not duty and profit? There's no need to be so pessimistic about that.
I guess I'm just excited to just help everybody. As fast as possible.
If that is possible, then certainly, but it may not always be. We can't be everywhere at once,
No, but with Bushra's help, it sure seems like we can come awfully close to that. I'd never thought about it before. Esoteric, you're starting to worry me. Can we all have a serious discussion for a minute? I say, looking at Talia and Bushra, and then Esoteric.
She's still got kind of wet hair going on.
What are we gonna do about Esoteric? Isn't he bound to hell and people are after him? What's your situation, Esoteric? You're my friend. I don't want you to be in trouble.
I was a servant of hell through no choice of my own, and I was able to slip away from their grasp. And, I mean, I guess you could say I'm a fugitive of hell.
Is that what those assassins were about a couple months ago?
Yes, I believe so. There are various factions within hell. So not all are out for my blood necessarily, but there is definitely one that is. I was derelict in my duty, essentially. But I mean, the duty was an evil cause.
Celeste brings over kind of a clam chowdery type bowl and some bread. Puts it on the table between you.
Waterdavian chowder. You're in for a treat.
The glop falls on Rika's dress.
How'd that happen? Celeste, what are you doing?
So
What
the door
is-
opens and in comes Arthagast Ulbrinter. Again, early morning. You guys are getting on. You guys have been kind of hanging out here for a while.
You're wanted by a devil from hell. How are we gonna get you out from under the thumb of this devil?
I do not know.
Arthagast Ulbrinter is walking up to your table. Are you continuing to talk about this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Rika doesn't have tact.
He waits. Yeah, he waits for you to finish. I'm sorry. Who? Well, I guess you as esoteric, correct? Well, have you had time to discuss my offer?
Probably will speak up. Yeah, we discussed it. Do I recognize him as the individual we were discussing? Or I don't know if I've ever seen him.
Which offer are you referring to, mister? And who might you be?
Sorry, Arthagast Ulbrinter. Helping secure my mines and cities in the north is what I was referring to. I've
yeah.
spoken to Esoteric about it yesterday. Did he mention this deal to you? I have offered him up to 70,000 gold. And it shouldn't take more than a week's time. Maybe a week and a half, 2 weeks' time.
Rika stands up and shakes his hand. It's nice to meet you.
Oh, it's lovely to meet you as well. And he bows. Kisses your hand.
How's your wife doing?
She does well enough. She's had some trouble with it. Well, she's doing fine, yes.
Is she glad to have you back? I can't imagine she wouldn't be. What a silly question.
I sometimes wonder if she doesn't secretly love the times that I'm out, but for the most part,
Has it
I think
happened
we
before?
enjoy each other.
Wait, have you died before?
No, but I have left home before. You don't have to die to not be around.
Oh, okay. So, what's the afterlife like?
Sorry, I've been asked multiple times, no recollection.
Oh. That's probably for the best.
I feel like no time passed, though.
How long were you deceased?
I feel like we have gotten off subject. I have this contract written up. I mean, as I've said, it's only a week. Probably. Adventurers of your caliber, it should take no time. And it's just a few 100 miles of clearing out bandits and probably cult members as well.
Well, I think, they're expected to meet in a day or two, right? The council. And so we were a little curious, we're kind of batting around the idea that we should wait around to see what they say. There may be another dragon that needs killing. We would hate to, keep Lord Neverember waiting.
He looks like
Their
he's
offer is
chewing
very
on
generous.
his tongue.
Your offer is incredibly generous, sir. What do you have to say about that? We're looking for your input. I'm sure you're very eager for us to do your job, but surely you can see how we're pulled in multiple directions.
I believe I am hearing what you are saying. He's looking like very intently at you. Seems like he's weighing every word that you're giving him. I could go as high as 80,000, if that is the ask.
Rika tilts her head a little.
Talia will speak up at this point and say, we're not trying to play hardball and get more money out of you necessarily. Although I'm not.
Of course,
money.
I would never assume that you would. You're the heroes of Waterdeep. You do what is right, but this is the right thing. Sometimes profit can be made. In doing the right thing.
Oh, I agree. I'm just saying that increasing the amount of profit isn't necessarily going to hasten our decision if that decision was decided that we needed to wait until the results of the council meeting before.
Well, couldn't you take this job first, and then you can discuss with council what to do next? Doesn't that also make sense? I mean, you are the leaders of this so-called army. You're the spearhead, as they call you. Why are you deferring to these people?
It's not a deferment, it's so much as making an informed decision instead of making a decision without all the information. Because you yourself said this could take us a week or more, and if we were to leave today, we would be gone when the decision came, both not just from the Council of Waterdeep, but the Draconic Council is supposed to finish convening tomorrow as well, and we are to hear back from them.
Yeah, he grabs the papers he has off the table and he says, well, this is my offer, and it will not change. But should circumstances, if you don't have anything to follow up tomorrow and you end up doing my thing for free, I feel like that's the chance you're taking by not signing this contract today. But you know where to find me. I believe Esoteric can contact Remallia if you change your mind over the course of the day.
Rika stands up abruptly and bows deeply to him.
He bows a bit stiffly and then looks around to each of you.
We're sorry if we have insulted you, sir. We're just trying to do what's best for the kingdoms.
No insult is taken in business. Do not worry, young Rika. He leaves.
He leans over to Esoteric. Are we the spearhead?
It's like I said, opportunities will come to us. We were trying to hard sell. But the fact that he was trying to sell so hard is making me more and more suspicious.
Agreed.
80,000 gold. That is a king's ransom.
Well, that and the fact that he was willing to not pay it anymore after today.
Yeah, the fact that we had to agree to it right away. Like,
that's fishy. Like, if he wanted to that badly, he would pay that much or more in 2 days' time when we had the information necessary to make the right choice. So he's trying to lock us in. He knows something that we don't know.
Wait, is he trying to lure us away from the council meeting?
That is also a possibility.
I wonder why it matters to him. I guess he figures the council may order us to go there anyway, in which case he won't have to pay us. But then why would he not just wait? That's an awful lot of money just for us to start a day or two earlier.
Exactly. All good questions, and exactly what I was thinking when I was so hesitant to agree.
Well, I'm late to the party as usual, but I got there eventually. Oh, wow. You guys have a lot to think about. Well, let me know what you all decide to do. Rika goes up to the bar and orders something to drink.
What can I get for you?
Some type of milk, please. What do you get?
She smiles and she walks in the back and gets you some milk.
You can just put it on Esoteric's tab.
To be honest, there have been a couple of people who wanted to pay your bill while you were here.
Really?
Yes, there was a pouch that came from Melendrak. Then there was a pouch that came from Ambassador Conrad Bronnenville. I was hoping you might just sort of play along if they bring it up.
Wait, are you making a tiny profit from their staying here?
Word gets around, Rika.
Well, I'm happy for you. Let's just hopefully they can make up for all of the food you've given Talia over the years.
Not even close.
Scowl. I'm not here to hear that.
Anybody doing anything else during the day?
I will bring up confirming that we are decided on waiting as per the conversation we just had, and in that case, do we all intend to attend the party to which we got the invitation?
I think we should. If we turn down the invitation, it will be, I mean, we have to make an appearance. We have to advertise our services.
I'm not against it. I'm just bringing to the group and asking if everybody was attending, or if some people were, or if nobody was. Not preferring one or the other, just trying to gain the consensus.
Yeah, I think we all know you're very uncomfortable at parties, Talia. So, I'm sure you're looking for any excuse not to have to go.
Hey, Baisha may equally wish not to go. I just didn't want us to decide for him in that regard.
I mean, they even specifically put a note in there. It says if you have special, like, eating requirements, to mention it in your RSVP. So if he needs some human fingers, he can add that to his RSVP. Any type of finger?
If it was me alone, no. But if everyone else wants to go, then I have no problem doing so.
What about this deal, man? We gotta go. We need to take this money. We have a castle to rebuild.
Is that what you wish to do?
I mean, I don't know. We do have a castle, right?
We do. Castle Narratar. Or no, it's the Roadhouse. Right? I don't remember now.
We have the Roadhouse, and then there's Castle Narratar that is there, but we haven't claimed. I mean, it's near, you know.
That's the future. You're jumping ahead. The future when the moon is purple.
We killed the things in Castle Narratar, but we haven't claimed it because it was. I mean, the thing that we have built up so far is the Roadhouse.
Yeah, you guys left. When you left, Narratar was basically empty. I mean, except for Pollywugs, but they didn't really like the castle anyway.
Yeah, I mean, everything belongs to the king technically. So I mean, it's not like we can just steal the castle.
Right, exactly. He's not going to care about the Roadhouse. He would care about the castle probably.
How's the Roadhouse doing? Who manages the Roadhouse? We need to hire somebody to manage the Roadhouse.
We did. That's like part of the upkeep was that there's people there that we pay. That's.
Are they still alive?
I don't know. I hope so.
I'm asking some very important questions, aren't I? Sometimes Reek is on the ball. what's going on at the Roadhouse. I think it's time for a pop inspection.
Yeah, I mean, I was about to say that's pretty far away, but we can probably teleport to it at this point.
I mean, it's just a short hike through the Mare of Dead Men. We can get there and back in a couple days.
It uses quite a high-level spell of Vishras, though, so it needs to be like a day we know we don't need to do that.
We'll just call our friends the Cloud Giants. They'll bring the Flying Cat Citadel over. We'll jump on. We'll fly over. Or Bishra could turn into a giant thunder bird and fly us there. Suppose.
He said much slower. Last time, not so good.
Town's kind of turning on at like 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock. Starting to get towards proper day, and sound of the city just seeps into these thin walls.
If we're all going, then we need to make sure we have a tire. Not to go back on my statement about ourselves in terms of formal wear. Looking to Rika, I just didn't know if Bishra had anything that would fit that criteria, and if we needed to spend part of the day accommodating him in that regard.
I mean, I think everybody's probably just going to look the other way whenever the lizard man comes in wearing a bunch of seashells and a loincloth. I mean, it's kind of expected. They're going to be disappointed if the two beautiful ladies show up and we're just wearing whatever. I mean, we've only got like a day's notice. It's not like we can have any designer clothing made. We have to just go buy something off the rack.
We have kimonos. They're really nice. We can just change into those.
But is that considered formal spring?
Yours probably would be. Mine probably not so much.
I mean, you can probably go raid Raina's closet.
Spring colors just clash with me, so it doesn't suit me at all.
I don't think anything she has would fit me, but I think you two are pretty similar in size, right?
I mean, she's a bit taller than me yet.
You can show a little bit of the calf.
Say, how scandalous.
Well, I think we need to make a decision about our Arthagast. So let's go visit Remallia. What do you think? Let's get her opinion. Would it be uncouth, esoteric for us to go have a little impromptu meeting with Remallia to see what we might learn from her about the urgency of this situation? And well, I mean, you had protocol lessons in hell, right? Probably. You get hit in the face if you break protocol in hell, don't you? These are just the fantasies that I have. I just imagine you getting beat up a lot. I don't enjoy those fantasies, mind you.
Tali's looking at you weirdly out of the side of her eye.
Rika has told you privately on more than one occasion, Talia, that she would just like to give Esoteric a hug sometimes.
The chowder is cold.
The narrator chimes in. The chowder is cold. Well, do you think that's a good idea, Esoteric? Because you're the only person who could arrange it. So if you think it's not a good idea, then just shut up.
I don't know. I'm okay with the idea of it. I can't say if it's going to be fruitful or not.
You're getting on. You guys are getting up towards noon at this point. Yeah, do you guys do anything for the next few hours? Or are you guys just kind of passing?
Was Remallia an ally?
Remallia, I wouldn't say she's been particularly fond of you, but she's never really had anything against you either. You guys have not really interacted that much.
She's just a human noble from Waterdeep.
Older woman, black hair, tied back into a bun. She is usually very reserved and quiet, though she may be sharp.
Well, I would like to. I'd like to know more about this mission that Arthagast proposed for us. I don't know if we should go to Remallia or we should seek out some other source. Like, surely there's news about this. Can we go? Can we go talk to like somebody on the council now?
Esoteric has Harper contacts that he can maybe ask about that situation. They may have their own insights.
Of course, the Harpers.
Rika, Celeste comes over and she's like switching out your drinks, and she says, Rika, your hair looks all messy. It's been out in the rain. Come here. She grabs a comb and she starts combing your hair.
Wow.
Yeah, she does it way too tightly, for sure.
The comment was that Esoteric has Harper contacts that we can ask about that. See if anybody that would be willing to provide you information can provide additional insight onto what the potential job is or what the situation is around that.
Yeah, you would have contacts.
Yeah, I guess I can contact Remallia, and well, I guess I'll ask the group. Is there anything specific I should say, or should I just wing it? I mean, I was gonna ask where she is and where we can meet. I guess.
It's like 25 words. Oh, are you just?
Yeah. That's why I wouldn't get into the full novel. That's why. But if anyone else had something more, something I should say before I cast the spell.
No, mainly I'm curious, A, if she knows that her husband has sought us out in this regard, and B, what is the urgency regarding, the 2 day, not being willing to wait even 2 days. Besides just, hey, I want.
Alright, so I will cast something. Vermilion says, your husband, or actually, I guess I should work out the word count. Give me a sec. Nah, your husband has offered a job. We would like to discuss it with you. Are you in Waterdeep?
I am. You could meet me in the trades ward. She says a guy's name, Artizio, and vaguely Esoteric and Rika and Talia probably know where that is.
We had a long rest last night, right?
Yes, you did. She says, yes, I am here. Come over and meet me. We could discuss this. Don't take anything my husband has offered you before speaking to me.
I will note that down, both, physically and mentally, and then also, I'll share that with the party, and also the part that, she said don't accept it without speaking to her.
If we were right to be suspicious.
I know the way. Follow me.
Yeah, Rika goes off. Talia is actually pulling her around. Rika acts like she's leading, but Talia is the one who's actually leading through the city. And you guys eventually, really quickly get through all the hustle and bustle of the midday streets down to the trades board and this little shop that is almost completely dark inside. It's a clay building with a window and a door, but it's just closed otherwise. It looks really dark in there, but you can see there's a candle somewhere towards the back of the room, and you guys come in and it's just empty except for all the way in the back. Come around the corner of that booth and you see Remallia Haventree, older, she's about 65. Her hair is back in a tight bun, weathered face. She has thin glasses on, and she says, "Please, all of you, sit down." She waves her hand at the rest of the booth. "What is it?" She takes off her glasses and looks up at you. "What is it my husband is trying to trick you into?"
Just give the overview of the parameters of the job. And also the fact that he was rather insistently accepted today.
Well, of course he was. It has to do with his business. It may tangentially relate to the cult, but it's not. I believe what you need to be doing is going to Zonathal's towers, actually. But I think if you came to discuss your intentions for the next leg of your campaign.
Is that something we have heard of before?
Talia had heard it referred to. It's over towards the Dragon Tornado in that area, up in the mountains there. She would explain to you basically the situation is Cult of the Dragon has a whole sect of people that aren't going along with Severin, who is their leader. She refers to a lot of stuff that I don't know that you guys have context for at the moment. But she's basically explaining that there are a group of people basically inside the Cult of the Dragon who want to turn on it. And that is what her information has brought back. And she says, "I intended to bring this to you in the morning at the council. I'm glad you came to see me beforehand, though. That shows excellent foresight."
Said yes, well, he made it rather obvious with the offering of such a huge sum of money and declaration that it would be available only for the next day. So, wasn't exactly subtle.
Yeah, many people believe that my finding a handsome, undetestable, decently intelligent male means I attest to his, I don't know, strength of will and character. I'm not entirely sure how people think these two things are related. Do not assume that because he brings you something, it is from me or is in any way endorsed by me. He's a businessman. That's what he does. If you're wondering why he's doing something, it's because he's going to make money. That's why he's doing it.
So it is important we go there, but why does it need to be? Why is he willing to pay so much if we do it today rather than a couple days from now?
No, she said there's somewhere else that's much more important because that is like potentially beneficial, but not really a matter of focus.
That is correct.
That's why he was willing to offer so much money to draw our focus to it.
I see. He probably knows the council's going to send us somewhere else.
Yes, because she just said she was going to tell us to go to this other place tomorrow, or ask if we would be willing to go to this other place tomorrow. So he's trying to get in front of that.
A lot of money to turn down, though. But we have to stop the cult, the dragon.
Agreed.
Defectors, especially if it's a large enough body of them, and we're talking like dozens, hundreds, not like 3. Because a defector of 12 or less is not going to matter so much as legions. Does your intelligence indicate
The kind of prevalence of the section? Yeah. We know of a few of their top members who would flip, and with them 5,000 of the cult's members. It's not a huge force in the end, but it is twice its weight. It is taking 5,000 from the enemy from the last battle and adding 5,000 to ours.
It's not insubstantial by any measure.
And these are not normal. These are people who could, in some way, if we did it right, we could flip them without many of the enemy knowing. We can do some serious damage with these people from the inside of their cult before these people have to outright claim sides. Which is why I believe this is the right move. There are other points of interest on the map, but this, I would say, is... But it is also... It's way behind enemy lines. She chuckles to herself. Like, this is... Stealth of the highest order is required for this. If all of those dragons come down on you while you're doing this, there's nothing on Earth that could save you.
Stealth we can do.
I thought so.
Is there any of the individuals that you're looking at turning in a position to either provide directly or provide information towards any of these dragon masks that we've encountered in the past? There's only a handful of them, but everyone we deny the other side would be a huge boon.
Zonathal's... There is some word of a blue mask there. I don't know if that makes exact sense. The blue mask would not be there, and I don't know why we're getting information that it is. I have multiple reports that it is, and yet I have multiple reports that it is somewhere else as well. So the validity of those... I'm not sure.
I happen to know for certain the most recent handler of the blue mask was a man named Iskandar, according to a letter I've come into possession of recently after our defeat of Chuth. Does that gel corroborate or disprove any of the claims that you have that would lean you one way or the other on its location?
It corroborates the same information, yes. Iskander would be one of the informants who is claiming to have access to a blue dragon mask. He is also claiming to want to switch sides. And he believes he can take a substantial portion, almost everyone at Zonathal's, plus another portion of where they are, kind of this triangle around the caverns in that area where they are dug in.
I will say, well, do you have the means to easily make a copy of a document if I provide it to you? I'd like to keep the original, but I do want to share this intelligence with you. And as I was saying that, I'm pulling out the letter in question that I mentioned that had the information about Iskandar, because there's context about what he was plotting with Narravane, who obviously is no more, and to see if, how on the up and up he actually is.
Sure. She just goes ahead and puts her glasses on and does it right there. It only takes a minute to write it up, if that's okay.
Yeah, certainly. He talks about being loyal to the... obviously, she can read it, but for the purposes of everybody else here, so that they can kind of get a gist of what he says while she's mulling it over, is he's loyal to the true cause of the intentions of the cult, but he doesn't like this new breed of cultists that are all about that thievery and assassination, and he's worried there's a plot to kill him, and he's trying to stave it off. So he's looking for allies. He was at this time trying to butter up Narravane to join with him to take up the cause of the traditionalists. So he seems to be really hardcore to the cult's true intentions, which makes me wonder, is he actually one we could flip? Because it doesn't seem that way. He may flip on the cult in its current incarnation, but he is definitely no true ally.
I would say this is a high risk reward type situation. It's what we specialize in if acted on quickly, it could make a substantial difference down the road. But yeah, there are many options. She laughs uncomfortably.
Well, I think we're definitely the team for the job.
Well, good. I mean, I assumed we were going to be discussing this over the council tomorrow. If you guys can go,
if you want us to.
I think this is long term the best move we could make right now. God, there's so many factors at play that it's hard to choose what is best. Honestly, I hear Oldar Ravenguard's main concern is that we need to start pushing troops there. You're not going to be able to do this alone. We have to get the troops there, and I understand that point of view, but also if we could take some of these more key location, key cultist, if we can take them out, I think that it may make an easier route for us to move in.
Well, you all don't need us to lead those troops.
Well, you said you needed stealth, which, going at the head of a bunch of troops is not going to be that.
Well, it's a separate thing. It's what Marshal Ulter Ravengard will try to sell you on tomorrow.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So there's likely to be agreement on the general course, but approach may be the matter of debate.
Well, yes, the Grand Tornado of Dragons is, I believe, everyone's final goal of dispersing. But yes, there are a few different ideas on what comes next.
Well, the decision of the Dragon Council should weigh in on how that is handled as well, should it not? Which their final meeting, or
I've already gotten word they plan to put it off for another week.
Another week? Why?
He says they need more time.
Well, that'll give us time. That'll give us time to do the mine job.
We never dealt with dragons before. They do not take to the matters of men kindly, easily, I guess. Or at least that's what my information has gotten me so far. There's always the possibility something may change, but as far as I know, that's where the vote is. That's what's happening to the vote tomorrow.
Well, at least this way we have an extra day to prepare. Think about how we're going to accomplish what the council will probably ask us to. Thank you for your advice and a little peek behind the curtain of what's going on in the council's minds.
Of course. Please come to me anytime. I'll see you in the morning. So you guys leave this little clay house that's kind of indistinct. Get back. Trades ward during the afternoon. Still pretty rainy. It's a sunny rain though. It's kind of nice.
Yeah.
So what do you guys do for the rest of the day?
What's the nicest magic item shop in Waterdeep?
Okay, then yeah, I don't have anything specific that she would do today other than to visit family, and I guess I need to find a freaking dress that will be spring unless I wear something of Raina's, which on the one hand Holly would love to do, but on the other she would like be hesitant to like do that without permission, so she's like be overstepping because she's really self-conscious about that, so she'll
You
probably
definitely
just
don't
give
have
in.
Raina's permission. Whose permission?
Exactly.
Okay, is that what you're
No,
saying?
that's what I'm saying. It's like I don't have
Okay.
that permission, and she's very self-conscious about overstepping. So it's like she'll probably just give in and let Rika take her clothes shopping against her better judgment. But I'll tell you what, Talia isn't the one that chose, though. Rika did. Rika's the one that's dragging her along, telling her what she can get. Because I would just be, Talia would just be happy with what she has, and Rika's the one that thinks it needs to be different. To which Talia begrudgingly agrees, but Rika's the one that's going to pick it out.
What, clothing?
Yes. So a proper spring formal attire for Talia. Because to her earlier point, spring colors typically clash with her, so she doesn't even know where to begin. So she's leaving that in your capable hands. For lack of anything else, that's what would be done, because we have this formal tomorrow night.
Yeah, I mean it's still pretty rainy out. It kind of sucks to go shopping. I mean, you were actually down in the trades board.
I mean, is there an umbrella?
You could have hit a number of shops there for just dress wear. And yes, if you want to buy like an umbrella, some guy calls you, like he sees you two walking through the trades ward, and he calls you Barnaslayer. He's like, "Hey, Barnaslayer."
Is he talking to me or you? And I'm looking at Rika going, is he?
He just yells and like sort of claps as you guys walk by. You guys get inside. It's not great. You're still wet. Oh, prestidigitate that shit off. Yeah, what are you guys looking for? Just some sort of dress, I assume.
I don't know. What? I'll just ask the tailor. What's in fashion for a dress for ending a ball tomorrow at the.
She brings out
castle.
a big old hoop, and she gives you a ball gown. You look a bit like a bumblebee.
Absolutely not.
Okay. What's in
Talia
style?
won't even try that one on.
What is in fashion in Silvery Moon?
Yeah. She kind of scoffs her nose down at it, but she brings you out something much more slimming. It's just a simple white dress with inch-wide shoulders. It doesn't look overly showing. It's a nice dress. It's cute. It's very simple. It's white, kind of light purplish. It sheens a little bit in the light. Almost silk, but very simple. That's what's going on in Silvery Moon.
Yeah, I will try that one on. And I'll just stand there, not really playing it up until Rika like twirls her fingers and tells me to pose, in which case I will do so.
How does she look?
The purple silver against the blue gray of her skin is actually a little bit like playing two very close notes.
What do you think, Taylor?
I thought you looked better in the hoop dress.
Yeah, you don't look
She
much
wants
like a bumblebee.
Silvery
Talia.
Moon.
Yeah, I mean we could ask what's in style in Menzo Baranzan. What do you think?
I'll glare at her and say, I'll just take this one. Thanks.
She keeps trying to bring you out stuff, Rika. What are you looking for?
I want something like what she's wearing, but in blue and gold.
Oh, okay. In blue and gold. Do either Baishra or Esoteric go out of their way at all to get dress wear?
Nope. Did they come with us?
I assume they're somewhere else. No, I assume they would not go dress shopping with you. Well, you're actually out in the trades ward, though. Well, are you done shopping? I guess would be.
Yes. We're done shopping for clothing.
You actually do see Bobby Jam in the trades ward.
What? No, I don't.
Yeah, that's where he lives. He lives in the trades ward. He doesn't see you, and he continues on his way down the cobbled street, but you do see him.
Small world.
What?
I said, what a small world. Rika looks over at Talia and says, hold me back, girl.
You didn't have to tell me. I already was. If you look down, I've got my arm on your wrist.
Oh. Thank you. Well, let me ask you a question. Do you think we need some spell scrolls? We need some potions?
I know next to nothing about spell scrolls, so I can't even begin to comment. Like, the idea of it sounds cool, but I don't know how to use one. Potions? Probably. I have 4 healing potions on me. Like the regular ones. I don't know how good those are anymore.
2d4 plus 2. So they are worthless. They are 1-hit die.
It's just probably why I still have 4 of them on me. They're not worth using right now. Because, yeah, we could probably stand to have some better healing potions, because we've been scraped up quite a good bit in the last week or two, but beyond that, I don't even know what kind of potions there are.
I'll make an investigation check. You guys are in the right area, but it is a rainy day. There's not a ton of people out around that want to answer your questions.
It's worth looking into. If we don't see anything immediately obvious, we can ask Esoteric about it later this evening. You might have some better insight on that.
You could find any of the basic potions you want to find for 50 gold.
What, the normal healing potion?
Yep.
How much for a potion of heroism?
15. That's not bad. Yeah, you can find it. You can find one for 2,500. Do you want to buy that?
Nope. Yeah. My character's just not well suited to the town stuff.
Technically, none of us are. None of us are charisma characters.
Well, Brad's a charisma character. He's just...
Oh yeah, I forgot you're a sorcerer.
Yeah, she just needs pointed in the right direction. And told what to say. She's the party's trophy wife. You guys just need to wield her appropriately.
I think I have what I want the Eldritch Claw tattoo to look like. My thing now is, like, where do I want it? Because I don't want it... See, the thing about tattoos, they're awesome, but they're also an identifying mark. So it's like, I want to be able to keep it hidden most of the time. Except when I don't.
I mean, it's magical. It'd probably change colors.
It's going to be visible. Or, I mean, it's going to be visible if you put it somewhere visible. It's not going to look like your skin. It'll look like a tattoo.
Right. I have spells I can put on that are illusion spells to try to hide it in cases where I need to. Like, for instance, I'm wearing this dress. Like, how much of my skin is exposed and wears. Like, if it's off the shoulder and things like that.
I mean, I would say this thing's probably going to be about 3-inch radius. 6 inches total.
Out of a saucer.
Circular. You could hide something that size if you wanted to. So you guys are waking up on the morning of the 9th. The council is this morning. You guys, well, I don't know. Did Rika and Talia, did you stay with Kieran?
Yeah.
Indeed.
Okay, well, he wakes up early and he's waiting for you guys as you leave, and he gives you guys a hug and says, please be careful out there for me and stop in again soon, okay?
You bet. We're just going to a meeting for now anyway, and we have a ball tonight, so...
Oh, so you will still be around. Okay, I'm used to you guys leaving.
Oh, that's just sad.
All right, well, I will see you later then. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, guys, I can't adventure anymore. I'm making my dad too sad.
So I guess you guys head over to the inn, pick up Baishur and Esoteric, and head to the meeting, unless anybody has anything they want to do before that.
Oh, hang on. Who's carrying Baishar? Who's carrying me?
Why is anyone carrying you?
They pick up.
They picked us up. Good lord.
That's on you.
Oh, God.
So you guys head piggyback into the castle district. Nice wide open spaces. You head up towards the same building. You have to go up a couple flights of like long stairs to get up to this level. But you come to the same building where you have been before. There's a guy working on the roof. It's just this mostly square building, almost unadorned. Completely blue-gray granite. You are greeted by the guards. They don't ask you for your weapons, and they open up the door. They just let you walk into this room. You see a number of people. Behind desks, mostly. There are other people in this room. There are guards around the outside of the room. There's also somebody with a quill, at least one person, writing something down for the people they are sitting behind.
Okay, yeah. A weird combat map, but alright, let's do it.
I think we can take him.
That would be an interesting fight, if that's the way this goes.
We would be so doomed. The number of high-level characters in this room.
So you come into this room. You know what? At the center, it does look slightly different now. You've seen it with the map in the middle, this kind of raised map, three-dimensional map of the Sword Coast with the tokens of dragons. There's also coins across the table. There are different points of interest marked. And beside the table are Yeshua and Rhyme, the two boys that you met previously. Just looking at each other across the table. They look over at you guys, but they don't like signal or anything. Lord Neverember stands what everybody else said. All the same members as last time, present at desk lined on either side. From your left, Onthar Froom, dwarf, auburn ceremonial plate, leader of the Order of the Gauntlet. Then Marshal Older Ravengard, the tall, dark-skinned man, also wearing plate, gold and silver, leader of the Flaming Fist of Baldur's Gate, Older Ravengard. King Melendrak barely looks recognizable. You've seen him within the last few days, and he's in his whole ceremonial garb for these meetings. He barely looks recognizable from the military person he was personifying himself as, or he was putting on airs as. Anyway, you know King Melendrak. Down Remallia Haventree, who we met with yesterday, gives you a nod. This is a new face, Macath, red-skinned tiefling with black hair. Lord Daggolt Neverember, you know, kind of head of everything around here. Sir Istival, who was to your right last time, has switched to the front. He was from Daggerford, ostensibly, but he was actually from Cormyr. And his desk has been moved to the front. Conrad Bronanvil, just general representative for all of the dwarves, is wearing much more finery than he was last time. Dylan Winterhound, you know, blonde druids. And Terna Hornblade, the old wizardess, to your right. Lord Daggalt welcomes you in. Your chairs are here at the very bottom of the room. I assume you guys just, come in normally this time.
Yeah, they're much less intimidating now that we've got some cred under our belts from previous interactions and confidence built on adventures. So, of course, being respectful and nodding politely and taking our seats, or at least in Talia's case.
They do have a special seat for you, Baishra, where the tail comes in from the side. It's a bit like one of those desks.
Okay, cool. I assume that's one spot. What about fight there? Esoteric, he's got a tail too.
I got a tail too. I turn tail and walk at that shit. I don't say anything, but I will. There's a chair offered, I will sit.
Do you want a hole in your chair?
Well, I do have a tail, so.
I know, but it's floppy. We've discussed the floppiness of your tails before. His is more rigid.
Yeah, it's like a little Draenei tail. It's not much. I mean, if Macath has a custom chair, they probably have extra custom chairs.
Macath is standing. She's reading a book as you guys are coming in. She does briefly look over at you.
I will raise an eyebrow slightly at the presence of the new individual that I don't recognize, but otherwise won't comment.
Lord Neverember will say, "This is Macath the Crimson. She was found and returned from the north. She is certainly the most well-informed person on dragons in general, and one of the lead informants on the cult of the dragon and their actions now."
Wait, I've recognized that name. One of our earlier missions was intending to search for her because she lost contact for a while, which is when...
Right. We sent another group to find her. They did not come back successfully, but they were able to inspire another group to help, and she has found her way back. I'm going to give her kind of the floor here for a second so she can give us the general overview of what's happening on the Sword Coast, so that we are all on the same page for this discussion.
Certainly. Glad you made it back safely.
Yeshua and Rhyme throw balls at each other. So you can see there's a number of dragons placed across the board. Macath comes forward and she says, "This is the situation thus. There are a number of ancient dragons across the Sword Coast. These are the 4, I believe, that will be the most influential in deciding this battle. There's a red to the south, which may be the most ancient dragon on Toril. There is a new wind dragon that has come out of the east that is taking lair in the skies above the High Moor. There is almost no chance we will be able to move troops while he remains there. Just by his presence, the very nature of his essence, he will begin a storm that will be nearly impassable by armies. Much less if he feels like turning his head. There is a blue up near the tower, up in the Grey Peak Mountains. And there is a new black, unseen before in the north. Mentionable, although I don't have considerable information on it. These are the oldest dragons. There are hundreds of other dragons that are going to be the issue of armies. These are the 4 that I wish to bring to everyone's attention as, if we leave them intact, going into any sort of final confrontation, there's almost no chance of victory. We need to remove some of these elements before we reach the Sunset Mountains, which is where most of the cult's activity has been directed. So the cult's activity is almost completely moved down to just north of the Sunset Mountains.
The red and black lines
That is
over the Sunset Mountains.
That is that's on the east coast of their front in that area. They are fighting the Red Wizards of Thay, who are coming out of the desert there. It is a cold front at the moment. Neither side is willing to lose as much as it might take to attack. The other side will be ours. The other side of that little triangle above the Sunset Mountains will be our front to move in on, and that is where many, I have heard, of the creatures of hell are presenting themselves.
On our side?
She looks at you just kind of wide-eyed as you interrupt her. No. For the most part, the creatures of hell are united with Tiamat's exodus. Okay, she goes back to the board and she's like, well, we are going to be fighting on that gray front there. We're going to have to move troops from the Misty Forest to the Sunset Mountains almost. And recently we have received the aid of Cormyr, Surist of all stands, over to the right of Lord Neverember. And he says, yes, Cormyr will be the anvil for you to smash them against. We have hundreds of miles of entrenchment in those mountains. There's no chance they will escape this direction. Makat the Crimson says, yes, there are also a number of items that they were told to look up for your adventuring party. I will let Lord Daggle take it from here. And she walks back over. Lord Daggle says thank you and looks back at the central map and says, we need a solid course of action, one that will positively remove at least one of these elements on the map. I'm interested to hear your... And Marshal Oldar Ravengard speaks up and says, we should begin the push towards the well. There is no choice. All right, I guess Marshal Oldar Ravengard would like to go first. And he says, yes, there is nothing anyone can say here that will deny the fact if Tiamat's return is set to happen less than 2 months from now, we will not have our armies in place. That is an irrefutable fact. If we do not get the good dragons moving above the high moor so we can start moving troops, then nothing else we talk about matters. Or if the adventuring party finally feels like taking a head in this war and will push across for us, but that means killing dragons every day. It's going to be a hard push. You will have an army at your back, though. And there's nothing anyone in this room can say that will change that fact. 2 months, I need to move troops that far. Lord Daggle looks over at Macath, and Macath says, we are trying to... We have not. And Remallia actually speaks up at this point, and she says, there is no one on Earth who can tell you the cult's plan except for Severin and a handful of others. Trying to guess at a time. I will say that these events do not always happen on, it may seem fast to you, but we are human, and may not be on the same scale as some of these events we are dealing with. It could be years away, but it could be months away. And Marshal Oldar Ravengar says it could be days away. Remallia says, yes, that is true.
I doubt it's days, if only because, for all the lack of haste that good dragons possess in their decision-making, they would not wait until after it's too late to move. They want to see her contained as much as we do. And we just got word that they've extended their deliberation for another week yet, yes?
Lord Neverember nods in your direction. Remallia says, the answer to everything is not brute force. I feel like I shouldn't have to explain this to grown men. But by taking specific action against the cult, I believe we may have a greater effect across the entire area of the High Moor, rather than just pushing our way through the enemy to get there. If we can take down the tower, what is that tower name? Zonathals.
I like to imagine that was the actual dialogue.
Yeah, she's looking over her notes. That's what's happening right now.
It's like, that's the one that's the blue dragon is at the Great Peak Mountains, is that correct?
Macath says, yes, I place him near there. He goes in and out. He seems one of the dragons who has the ability to move in and out of this rather easily. Do I have the floor? She kind of asks Lord Neverember, and he nods her on. And she says, Zonathals is a point of extreme power in the area, both magically and coming out of the mountains there strategically. But it is extremely hard to move in and out of. It is a wizard's tower.
Where is Zenithal's tower?
Where the blue dragon is.
On the south side of that mountain. The blue dragon goes between Anarok and Zonathals. He also will head up north into those mountains if he's kind of allowed to. He hasn't done so for a number of weeks, though. Macath kind of goes back to her corner.
That's near Parnast, right?
Yes. Yes, Lord Daggold says. Was there a follow-up to that?
For me? No.
Remallia says, we have information from a person inside the tower, Iskander, who has specifically sent word that he will defect and he will bring a huge section of the cult with him. From what we know, there is some schism within the cult as to what they believe the true intentions of the cult are. I received a message from Talia yesterday regarding Iskander's apparent loyalty to the church. But I believe there is a subtext where he discusses being loyal to the true intentions of the cult. I believe this was a nod towards kind of this schism between Draco Lich traditionalists who believe that the intent of the cult is to make Draco Liches, and this new rising faction. We believe we can take Zonathals and open up the Serpent Hills and the High Moor just in this one swift movement. If we can get the party to go. They are the only people I would allow. Terna Hornblade, the old lady wizard to your right. She says, no, other things at hand here. We're not just discussing between you two. You've completely ignored the other front. The Thayan influence coming across the desert there is by far the most important. We should be pushing the Thayans to be doing more from that side. If we can open up a few strategic kind of rivers of moving troops. I don't know the terminology for the whole troop movement thing. But if we can open up a few spaces for those Thayans to get through, they will cause more trouble than any of the things that you're discussing. Conrad Bronneville kind of laughs. Delan looks uncomfortable as usual. But Lord Neverember looks to you and says, What are your feelings at this point? You are not here just to listen to us. You are here to help inform decisions. I say Macath is one of the leaders of knowing what the cult is doing. You have been there since basically the beginning of this movement of the cult. What do you say?
Well, one point of clarification I would like. Remallia's point about the tower, if it opens us up to the degree she says it is, would be grand. But she mentioned to the Serpent Hills, does that mean that in doing so we would be taking care of the wind dragon from the east as well as the blue, and as a part of that effort? Because just looking tactically, regardless of how we approach it, I would think that the wind dragon, the red, and the blue would all need to be taken care of in order if we're going to get our armies down to that front.
We will need at least one line through, one defended line through. Lord Neverember says.
Because going, especially through the middle, is going to leave our backs open to either on either side.
Remallia says, taking down Zonathal's tower does not necessarily take out the blue or the white. Both of those will need to be hit, and if we take Zonathal's tower, I believe that you could lay a trap for that blue. He, as has already been stated, his main route is over the Anarok, keeping that controlled. And back to this tower, he comes there, and then she looks over at Macath, and Macath says, weekly. It probably wouldn't take you more than a week to ambush him if you had control of that tower.
That has potential. If we started there and then secured that and then worked south in a line, we could hit them each in a row and open up that entire front.
None of those will be easy battles, Macath says.
Oh, you don't have to remind me. We've faced a number of aged dragons already, and none were easy. I only imagine they'll get more difficult as we encounter those of greater lineage.
She says,
I do like the sounds of a trap, though. Be nice to be on the proactive end of that engagement for once.
Remallia says, and if we can flip enough people at that tower quietly enough, we may be able to lure the wind there as well, or the white. So, no, the tower is not necessarily related, but it is a position of extreme power in the area. This is going to help the dragons having this as a point of rest. This is going to be a place where we could potentially hold armies at as we're trying to move south, as we're pushing their dragons back. I think this is the move, Remallia says. Ravenguard says, I told you she would have 100 words, 1,000 words, how I'm wrong about that we need to move our armies there. There's not a chance. It doesn't matter how good you get between now and then, you don't stand a chance without an army at your back. And if you don't help them get there, then... And Neverember says at this point, there is no sect in this group. There will not be any. And there's no discussion. Moldar Ravengard doesn't say anything. There are also a number of items that we were told to look up, and he kind of looks over at the kids and at these kids standing in the middle of the room that have just been like goofing off and acting like nobody notices. Yeshua and Rhyme, they kind of come forward and say... Yeshua says, you asked about the Dragonhide belt. +1 is with... He looks like he's reciting out of his head. Leosin Erlenthal apparently has that one. You might want to talk to him about that. He's been in... Or he was in the city. I tried to locate him more recently, and he looks over at Remallia. Remallia shakes her head. +2 was seen in the Bloodstone lands to the east. I don't know that that's particularly relevant to you.
Yeah, she's making diligent notes.
Rhyme says the +3 is rumored to be on the 6th level of Hell Stygia in the Horde of Geryon.
Turning to esoteric for clarification.
Okay, you have heard of this guy. Just some big muckety-muck. You don't really know much about him, other than that he holds some power on some other layer of hell.
Do I know if he has allegiance to one particular layer over in the others?
6th layer, somewhere in that area.
Then I will share that as little information as I know. I'll share it.
Yeah, I believe he's like a snake person.
Share that.
Up in Mirabar, we found an amulet of elemental defense, and it will cost only 30,000 gold. Rhyme says this. Let's see, what else did we find for you? We found, well, we found a sword. Do you guys need a two-handed sword?
Sure. What's it look like?
Lord Neverember says, they were set to the task of finding items that might be beneficial, so you would have some idea of their area in the world. Might inform your decisions on other matters as well. Yeshua speaks up. It's a bit hard to parse out the exact truth, but I think there's something there. There's a moon blade up in the high ice that's been spoken of that might have some similar power, but that's a single-handed blade. That's not a two-handed. That's like, I think that's most of what we found. And they both go back to standing by the table. Lord Dagholt says, "Thank you, thank you."
What's the one-handed sword? Child.
He gives you a dirty look. The one-handed sword is rumored to be a blade that is in some way not related, but apparently it was made at the same time as the Sun Blade. So we thought there might be some resonance of, godly powers if the two were used together. But there's not much known about it, and it's probably in the most obscure part of the coast. It's going to be a lot of diving through ice tunnels to get there. We can look further into it and see if we can maybe get you more information for next time.
Sure. Do that for me, please.
He nods. And he says, "Sure, child." But he says it very quietly. But it's still everybody in the room hears it. Thank you, boys. Or is there anything we are missing on this board?
The +2 Dragonhide belt was where? It was blue something?
Bloodstone lands to the east.
Bloodstone.
Have your efforts yielded any information that we're not aware of? Everybody looks over in your direction.
I don't think so. I just look between the party members. I mean, we've been forthright as we've come across things, and we gave our latest update to Remallia yesterday. I can't think of anything we've left out.
Well, Oldor Ravengar says we don't have all day. I mean, you can take Tierna's flimsy red wizard contact. You can go for this tower that is of unknown significance in this, that will keep our troops stuck at Waterdeep, or as far as the Misty Forest now. We'll keep our troops just standing there, doing nothing, draining our resources every day for no reason. Which option do you take?
Well, it sounds like you don't like either of these options, so what would you prefer us to do if you're so adamant against both of these?
You push with me and my armies. We go straight from the Misty Forest and we go straight to the well. It's the only thing that gets our troops moving in the right direction. I have said this multiple times. This is the only logical option. We have to kill those dragons to get at this place where they're trying to return Tiamat from. If we get there before they can do this, then she never comes back. And Remallia says, like I said, a blunt instrument will find a way to be a blunt instrument. Oldar says we should not be signing treaties with the tip of a spear. Yes, you can do it. It is not a smart thing to do. Tierna, maybe somebody should go talk to Thay. Do I think these people should? No, these are some of the best fighters on the Sword Coast. They should not be doing that. I don't make choices for everyone. I've told you what I think my plan should be. We should go and we should just fight every dragon that gets in our way.
Look over at Talia and I say, I vote for the tower.
Walter Ravengard scoffs. Ondar Froome speaks up at this point, and he says, there's also the issue along this red front, and he points at the board. There is a specific general known as the Red Lady who has been spoken of. Our troops are a bit more able to move around than yours have been, being cavalry. We have much information coming from that area, and there appears to be one spearheaded movement behind this Red Lady. If there is some way we could get behind enemy lines and stop her, or remove the head of this particular movement, it would be incredibly useful to our attempts to disrupt them, trying to move their plans forward. We will continue doing that as you move troops. But as far as a specific targeted taking a scalpel and removing one piece that will be important to this, I believe it will be her. And Oldar Ravenguard says, another plan. Oldar Froom says, she will be important by the end of this, whether we pay attention to her or not.
Four possible directions, some of which may be explorable later, some of which are only good now.
What are they? The tower, the Red Lady, marching through hell with dragons, with an army at our back, and what's the fourth one?
Joining up with Thay.
Oh, they. Or freeing the mines in the north.
Well, I mean, Alia just looks pensive currently. What are Baisher and Esoteric's thoughts?
Well, I prefer to avoid hell if possible, but I also recognize its potential importance. I would not shy away from it.
The thing where we go to literal hell is just to get an item, and while nice, I don't think we have time for that.
What,
No,
what do you mean?
I was referring to marching with the army at our backs through the hell of dragons, which is fighting dragons
the High
every
Moor.
single day.
Yeah.
Let's just insert Descent into Avernus right here.
Branching.
Don't tempt him.
That's a way to get her. I mean, you guys know that is one way to stop Tiamat. You know that you could go to hell and stop her on the other side. At least Esoteric knows this. I don't know if everybody else knows it. But Esoteric knows that's a possibility.
That would be so much harder, though. Like, than what we're already facing.
I mean, I if I had to choose, I mean, I would be fine to leave it up to, the other people than me who can choose, choose if they're going to go or not. But I'd probably go to the tower. See what that's about.
Tower certainly seems the most interesting and mysterious thing.
And that's what piques my interest, but I also understand that may not be the most tactically the best choice.
The storming forward through the dragons is cathartic, but probably the least intelligent of the four options. So I think we can rule that out. Like,
just think of all the XP we would get.
Yeah, for real.
Are you guys keeping your voices down while you do this?
Yeah, this is a kibitz.
We already grinded XP in Underdark. The gods are very stingy with their XP.
But yeah, this would not be like broadcasting to the room.
They're totally letting you confer
I would
on your own.
say, yeah. I agree. I'll turn to Esoteric and nod to Rika and say I agree with both of you. The tower seems like the most promising option. The option for plowing through while cathartic is not intelligent and could take who knows how long to churn through it all. I don't fancy conferring with Red Wizards. They had members of them as a part of the cult, and I don't trust them, and I would rather somebody does need to go confer with them and shore that up, but they could send somebody else to do that. That doesn't need to be us. Someone I think mentioned that's a skill set where we could be better used in other capacities, and I agree.
We're not diplomats.
The one, exactly. Yeah, least of all me. The other one that's actually potentially interesting is this Red Lady. Just because of the danger she represents in the unknown, as far as a target of interest, my main worry with that one, in putting it off, is that how much more powerful or protected could she become? So it's harder to do later, but it is at least an option later. So I think the tower, and then coming south from that, starting with the blue, and then maybe hit the Red Lady. After those objectives are completed, because then that opens up the eastern front and then takes out the target on the western front, and then takes out the main target of interest thereafter.
So the Red Lady is part of the Red Wizards faction, the Thayan faction. Is that the sector that they were talking about?
If you asked Omthar Froom, he would clarify that No. Well, everywhere from the Reaching Wood to Marsh of Chelimber, she has been leading troops all up and down here, essentially creating that entire left front of that triangle in the Sunset Mountains. She is rumored to be extremely lethal on her own, but also has proven to be a leader of masses of both hellish entities and just disgusting creatures of this earth, goblins and orcs. And
that actually works out though, because if it's there, then that if we do the tower first and then come south after slaying the blue in the trap and taking out the wind, we could hit the Red Lady next as we continue southwest to engage with her forces, and then veer to the left to the red and clear out this whole like crescent of forces, like in that order.
That sounds like an undertaking. Lord Neverember says. Remallia says, I must impress upon you the importance of getting there and getting in unseen. If you are caught on that side of their lines, if you go to the tower and you are caught on that side of their lines, there will be little we could do to help. The best you could do at that point would be to escape. So, specifically in the start of this, at the start of this mission, where we are moving into the tower, it needs to be as unseen as possible. Lord Neverember says, then are we agreed on a course of action?
I think we're of a consensus from at least our party's part that the tower is the first objective, moving southward from there, and then targeting the Red Lady.
Do we know nothing of the Red Lady other than she's called the Red Lady? We don't know her ambitions or her allegiance? Using big words today, sorry.
Ontharfrum chuckles. She's becoming known. No, we don't know what her motivations are. We don't know who she is. We don't know much about her, but she is a general of some renown now and fear.
So
And
she's
she-
uniting goblins and orcs?
I think she will be your closest match as far as ability, from what I have heard described of her. She is well beyond the bounds of normal heroics. Marshal Olzar Ravengard and me are great fighters. We are not aberrations of fighting prowess like you are. And like this purported woman is. She will be an issue. I don't know how, but she will be.
Does she wield the red dragon mask by any chance?
I do not know that. It would make sense. That is, in many ways, how the cult is arranged. Mask wearers at the top. But there hasn't been any specific connection of information. None of my troops have seen her wearing the mask in battle, is all that means.
No, I gather not. I assume anybody that sees her with the mask ends up dead.
We did find we did go through the trouble of finding a means to scry, did we not?
Like,
You
out
have
of character.
the means to scry.
Rika says, I think, so to Esoteric, I guess, and to Baishra, we should probably use that new scrying stuff we got to check out the tower's location. We're going to need to scout out all that stuff before I forget.
Yeah, you guys are in a city and you have discussed it multiple times. I'm sure you have. It was like the thing that was holding you back was
Getting the bowl or something.
no, it was the
Focused.
water.
No, it's a focus worth at least 1,000 gold pieces, such as a crystal ball, a silver mirror, or a font filled with holy water. That would be the focus. Also, so the way scrying works, it has to either be a person on the same plane or a location that the caster has been to. It specifies you have to have been there if you're picking location.
Oh.
Well, yeah, you can choose a location you have seen before.
Is there a spell called Clairvoyance?
You see Terna cast a silent spell over herself and then start talking to the person next to her silently.
That is, you create an invisible sensor within range, and the range is only 1 mile, and you have to have visited or seen before. Or it does say, or an obvious location is unfamiliar to you, but it's a 1 mile range.
Okay.
But yeah, we could get within a mile of the tower and then scry it.
Lord Neverember says, there's also an issue of pirates off the coast taking advantage of the hectic times. In case you ever have an extra day around the coast, can you try to clear up some of them? They're just more a thorn in my side than they are a real problem. But if you're in the area, that would do my business well.
I mean, I'm not averse to it, but I don't know that we'll be on the coast for anything in the near future. But
Don't mean to sound arrogant, but that does seem more like a task suited to a less specialized unit.
Yes, I agree. I merely mean if you are in the area, you should not take extra time to do it. I have people out there. I mean, I have everyone endorsed by the state out there trying to put down piracy, but your brief touch could make a huge amount of difference if you are already going over there. We are decided then.
well, that's up to you all. We gave our recommendation and what we would prefer to do. But as you said, y'all will have to move as one, at least from what y'all's sources do. We'll probably attack the tower either way, but your support would be appreciated.
We will support in any way we can.
I think I'm afraid that the tower might be biting off more than we can chew this moment. I say to I whisper to my companions.
Baisha responds with why.
Well, I don't know how to get there without being seen. Right in the middle, right in the heart of our enemy territory. I mean, if y'all think we can do it, I mean, I'm willing to go along. I don't understand how we're going to do it.
Well, I think we can work that out amongst ourselves.
Then we will call a halt to this meeting. Marshal Oldar Ravengar scoffs and gets up and walks out of the room. Remallia says, "Yep, that was bound to happen." Lord Neverember says, "Well, thank you all for coming in. We assume that you are headed towards the tower. If you do not, then please let us know so we can try to establish other plans."
Rika stands and salutes.
Say, as Remallia was the one to suggest that plan, I assume she has resources available towards that end that could give us more information about that angle, so we'll follow up with her in the execution of that.
Yes, I will get you my information on that.
You just put her on the spotlight in front of the whole council.
Yes, I did.
Now she has no choice but to help.
Exactly.
Getting you there without being seen, I don't know how to do it. Especially with dragons, with maybe true sight.
I think
We'll
we can
use our
manage.
amulet of the plains.
it's a matter of,
How could that possibly help?
it's more of, do you have a layout, or can you arrange for the contact of who we're supposed to meet with when we get there? Those types of things. If you had a plan in place already.
Yes. Ingress. Mainly, your task is going to be getting in there. I mean, it's basically using the same information we already know about the cult. We could give you something similar to what their uniforms have appeared lately. As far as ingratiating yourself among them, that's going to be more of a you thing when you get there. And figuring out where Iskander is. Iskander is the key to this whole thing. He is the one with the contacts there. He is the one that can move against the rogue elements quickly. He is the one who has allegiance of these Dracolich traditionalists. He's extremely well respected within the cult and vehemently against this new sect. Figuring out how to get to him without setting off any alarms, I don't know how to do that. If I did, I would tell you, and I will give you what help I can, but as far as information, that's about it. I will give you the exact location of the tower. We have that, obviously. Or, as exact as you can be about magical places like that. Well, thank you all for coming. And Lord Daggett raps a cane on the table, and people start moving and talking, and the dwarven delegate, Conrad Braunenville, comes over toward you, kind of dressed up in his finery, and says, thank you very much for your work in the Undermountain. If the dwarves can help you in any way, you let us know.
Will do. We actually have a task we may follow up with you on about that, but it is not pressing at this exact moment.
Sure. The riches of Anashusha's Rathana have been not only shared among the Duragar, but also among the dwarves, and it is much appreciated. You let us know, and we will show you what dwarven appreciation means. He bows.
Yeah, we'll probably leave to go talk amongst ourselves privately instead of hanging out here.
Yep.
Okay, so you guys are out in the castle ward. It's pretty quiet. You can hear the trades ward off to your east a bit. Smell of sea spray. It is pretty cool today. It is slightly raining.
My hair's gonna be all frizzy for the ball tonight. That's lovely. She shakes her mane to get the bulk of it out.
Got a bad feeling with this tower business. I hope you all have a good plan.
So you guys head back towards the inn. Okay, you head back that direction. It's still morning. It's loud on the main way, but you guys get into the sea ward and you're kind of back in alleys again. It gets nice and quiet and it feels very homey.
Isn't there like a cool like Harper hideout we can go to and talk? I just asked the group. No, we're just gonna discuss all our secret plans in a public space.
Well, I don't know. Well, and you guys wouldn't be allowed in anyways. You guys are Harpers.
So
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, Leosin's a Harper, right?
Yeah.
Well, I wanted to go ask him about the Dragonhide belt anyway, so maybe we could talk wherever he is, if he's in town.
I mean, it's kind of miserable and just wet wherever you go. You get to the dojo and you guys head inside. This would be the first time that everybody's seen Esoteric and Baishra. You get basically a class full of young people fawning over you as you enter this room. And they start freaking out a little bit. Kenyaku tries to restore order. So you guys probably had upstairs. You're not going to get much alone time downstairs.
Yeah, I assumed as much.
There is nobody in the house or nobody in the living area this morning. As you guys come up into this top area, that you guys head through the dojo at the bottom to the stairs at the back and up into the top area where the home area of this house is. And it is totally empty, which is kind of weird for your house.
I will make note of it, but otherwise, not thinking too long because we have much to discuss.
Well, what do you want to talk about?
Crack of thunder. That's quickly muted by the city.
Well, there is. Obviously, we have football tonight. We have to discuss what do we want our plan to be for tomorrow on, as far as getting to the tower. We do want to know if we can track down the ocean in town, and so I don't know the best way to do that. Sending our message just to ask if he's in town and if he can meet with us briefly.
I'm sure we can send a message to him by foot messenger.
So yeah, it's mainly getting all those ducks in a row. As for the how do we get there, I was figuring Windwalk might be the best option to get there quickly, quietly, and unseen.
Well, I say we just walk over to Blackstaff Tower and march our way right up to the Blackstaff and talk to him. We're the heroes of freaking Waterdeep.
I think, Rika dear, that's much like tossing around new money in the face of old money. It's kind of a different league.
Okay, well then I'm out of ideas. This plan pretty much falls to Bishrat and Esoteric because you all are the only ones with magic that can actually do anything.
Actually looks confused for a second when you say only ones with magic.
Says the sorcerer. Yeah, but
I'm not a wizard.
She is a monk that has a sorcerer magic.
I can't take a nap and know a completely different set of spells tomorrow.
So, I mean, is Windwalk a possibility for us getting there safely and quietly?
It basically just makes us fly really quickly, right? I'm not sure how. Is it clandestine?
We literally become wind. Like, it shouldn't be very visible to most people.
Ratchet says, once you guys get done bickering.
So that is was that all we want to talk about before I try to think we finally listen?
Well, that and the making sure we have what we need to describe, because like she said, spying on it before we get there would be good. We need to be within a mile, which we could walk to within a mile of it. Get somewhere, covert, do the scrying, and then come up with our new plan from there.
So scrying's going to create something that dragons can see. It creates like a floating orb. True sight, I'm pretty sure, reveals. Not to mention, I'm also not sure that it works any place that's been like hallow or what is it? What's that spell?
It's created.
Yeah, the thing that puts up the wards and stuff that you can cast every day for a year and it becomes permanent. That's probably a thing they've done, right? You'd think a wizard tower would be like unscribable. Probably the first thing I'd do if I was a wizard. And I hate to think we're just going to put on some stormtrooper armor and Pretend like we just belong there.
A part of it has me the least confident. We've certainly been around them enough to know how to act, though. At least long enough to find the guy we're interested in. Any other thoughts on how we might go about this prior to getting there? Or should we just seek out Leosin?
Rika shrugs.
So, yeah, I'll cast sending Wilson. Hey, we're in Waterdeep. Can we meet up?
You don't get any response from Leosin. He does get the message, but you don't get any response from him. Like, it does you expend your spell slot, but you don't actually get a message back.
Rika stares at Esoteric expectantly. Suffice to say, he cannot meet us.
Yeah, if you ask Remallia, she will tell you that he has not been in the city for weeks.
Behalf of Talia, mainly.
She said he went southeast. He's trying to infiltrate the cult again. I assume we will be seeing him, but for now he's reachable. I could get him back if you want me to. I mean, you could probably get him back if you said it was important.
No, it's not that.
Okay.
As important as whatever he's doing.
Yeah, that was that was entirely a target of opportunity. If it's not available,
What will we do with a Dragonhide belt anyway?
I would wear it like a son of a bitch.
You have plenty of belts.
Plus, if you called him back, there's really no guarantee he would give you his belt.
Yeah, it was just to enter the negotiation, if he was in town. So discovered that.
So the day clears on. You guys are getting, into what would be the afternoon. Although in this weather, it just feels like it's always evening all day. It's some shade of clouds.
We better start getting ready for the ball soon. Shouldn't want to be late.
Yeah, you guys, I assume, get dressed up. Does Baishra or Esoteric do anything special in dressing up for the ball? Or even are they going? I guess would be a question.
Yeah, no, I'll go. I'll pick the cleanest set of clothing I have. Since we're in the city, I'm sure we can all get all our clothes laundered. And
yeah, you have some really nice robes.
Yeah, and then also buff out my half plate. I'm still wearing all my shit.
Aisha's fine.
Baishra's just going as is.
Yeah.
Loincloth and all.
Yeah.
Well, I guess you're going to be setting the precedent anyway. Might as well.
She's like, I want to make you regret inviting me.
I mean, I know who I am.
But yeah, so you guys, everybody's getting ready as the day progresses. Does anybody really want to do anything else with this day? You have a good amount of this day before you were probably out of the meeting at the council by 9-10 o'clock. You have a good amount of the day before evening is properly going to set in and it would be appropriate to go.
Well, I figured we were talking and stuff at the dojo and had lunch till around then, and so then we would, in the afternoon, start getting ready.
Rika's gonna go to the magic shop. She's gonna buy Talia a magical present.
It's an invisible space where there is nothing and you're standing on nothing. And there's another person in the room with you, just a kind of a snake-eared guy. And he says, "What can I do for you?"
Friend needs a magical item. He's a monk.
Well, we have all sorts. What are you looking for? And you guys are both just standing in the middle of open space right now.
So where are we right now?
Am I with her, or is she just gone off to do this? Because
It's not like Rika could possibly sneak away from.
not literally, but like if you say, "Hey, I'm gonna run out," I'm not. I'll be like, "Okay." It's more of a from your intentions. Do you intend to like do this without me knowing that you're doing
He says,
it?
"Bye. I'm going to go buy you a magical item."
Wait, what? Talia's just kind of in shock and like trying to really register what you mean by the time you get out the door. So she's not gonna follow you.
Okay, so you're alone
She's
in empty space with this kind of snake man.
Yeah, a snake man.
Yeah, he's got the head and neck flaps of kind of a cobra, but he's mostly a person. It seems like he has human hands and what look like human legs with shoes on. He looks very well put together, actually, for being any sort of person. And he says, "If you could tell me what you're looking for, then perhaps I can help you find it."
What magical items what do you have right now, Talia? Because Rika would know. Now you've got a tattoo. That's one of them.
Yeah, I've got a short sword +1, and that's it.
And a tattoo.
And the tattoo.
You're planning to get another tattoo though, right?
I mean, I'm planning to get like a bunch of tattoos, but
Don't they all require attunement?
no. Each of the tattoos has 2 effects, and to get both effects, you have to be attuned. Just having that tattoo gives you the first effect. You have to be attuned to get the second effect.
Maybe you need some options.
How about a... Would you rather have a cloak or a ring, Talia?
You can't ask her. She's not here. Don't ask her.
Yeah,
I know her so well.
This is all happening in your head.
Yes. What is the simulacrum of her in my noggin?
I'll allow it. Yeah.
I honestly don't know. I mean, either. It depends on what's your intent with it.
I was gonna get a ring of protection. Probably. You're talking like you want this magical belt, so I figured I'd get you something that was something similar. What's your Eldritch Claw thing do? Oh, sorry. Go
I
ahead.
have bracers of defense and a cloak of elvenkind. Forgot about that.
Oh, okay. Does that require attunement?
I think.
Yeah.
So at the ring of protection, he takes this ball of paint and throws it on the ground, and on the ground of this empty space, and it creates a glass case with a bunch of rings inside. And he says, "Well, if it's just the ring of protection, we can make a deal for that. I think the last offer we had was 7,500. If you intend to put in a bid on it, I would allow it."
The +1?
You said a ring of protection, right?
Yeah. They usually come in like ratings, I guess, don't they?
I don't know in this edition, honestly.
Oh, no, it's just a basic ring of protection, +1 AC and saving throws. If that's a little expensive, maybe you want to look at one of our other things. We just had somebody sell off this robe of summer.
Robe of Summer? What's that do?
Resistance to cold damage. In addition, you are comfortable as if the temperature were that of a balmy day. So you suffer no ill effects from weather, similar to that ring you're wearing. And it only runs 1,500. Maybe something heavier. I don't know your friend. Adamantite half plate, maybe? He throws this ball of paint up on the wall, and all these half plates are up on the wall.
You really need to get me. Oh, well, I'm not there to tell you this.
We've already discussed you're here enough in her head that it counts.
Okay, you don't need to get me anything. You only wanted to do this because you thought I only had one magical item, and I don't. I have 3. So until I get the things I was actually planning to replace them with, for stealthing I need my cloak, and Bracer's defense is +2 AC. So I'm good. You don't need to get me.
Yeah.
Maybe you were looking for enhancements. Potions of resistance. Any sort. Only 500 a pop.
A what now?
Potion of resistance to any sort of resistance.
So it gives you resistance for an hour?
To any type.
Yeah.
Yes. They run about 500 apiece. Tell you what, I'll make you a deal. 450 apiece.
I don't even know. I don't even know what I'm doing here.
One of the heroes of Waterdeep is always welcome here.
All right. Well, my friend doesn't need anything because she actually has all the attunements that she needs. She just lied to me. So sorry to bother you.
No problem. He goes back to sitting behind a desk on a stool with his arms
Whoa.
on the desk. But it's all invisible. He's still sitting out in space.
Oh. Okay. That's still cool though. Where's the door?
Oh, it's right there, and he just points towards the wall. As you get close, it obviously stands out as being extra dimensional, like a knob. And you can let yourself out.
This is the coolest magic store I've ever been in.
Yeah, you're back on the horrible street with all the smell and sound. And rain.
Somebody
You're
would-
back in the rain.
I wish somebody would invent a stick with a roof on it.
All right. If you want to have brought an umbrella, you could have. Jeez.
I don't know those exist.
They exist. Orangutans use umbrellas. Everybody forever has known what an umbrella is.
Big leaf, stop to big water.
I guess I'm gonna buy an orangutan to hold a leaf over my head.
Sure. I mean, the person that you hire to do this is very offended you call them an orangutan, but they will do it for you. What, for gold? Somebody will follow you around for a whole day for a gold. You could hire, like, anybody to do that, and they would do it for maybe 2 gold. Maybe 2 gold.
I mean, that's what we have, like, these disciples in our dojo for. They're supposed to just do random stupid tasks, and we just pretend like it's for monk training.
Oh, you definitely could have picked up one. Is that what you want to have done? You're like, Kenyako, I got to take this guy for training. And then you just make him hold an umbrella for you.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's stamina
Wax on,
training.
wax off.
His arm's gonna get tired eventually. He's gonna hold it up there and build that muscle stamina.
He's not sure this has to do with training, but he doesn't look offended. He's doing it to the best of his ability. He's being very careful not to let any rain on you all day.
This is dojo hazing. How it works. Sorry for the sideshow there.
So you get back. I assume you start getting ready because now we really are starting to get towards the end of the day. Is everybody ready to go? What is everybody wearing? Are you wearing your armor or not? I guess would be the question.
I am. Like I said, I buffed my half plate.
I don't think Rika has that much armor.
No, she just wears cloth.
Baisha doesn't have that much armor. I guess Talia
Wear
would
my
be the
dress.
one.
I mean, she doesn't really wear armor either. She's a monk unarmored. So.
All of us are literally
her,
unarmored except for
her
her.
clothes look like armor for the purpose of, hey, I'm a badass, and it's stealthy looking, but it's not actual armor.
Okay,
The
so
only thing of her
esoteric.
armor that I would wear is my bracers of defense. I would wear underneath my, the sleeves of my dress.
It actually looks not. I mean, it looks kind of nice with your purple dress having black armbands.
Well, I think Rika would take her sword since it's basically just a hilt.
Yeah, just swinging around. Esoteric's the only one that matters, and he's only wearing half plate, which is not like crazy offensive to wear to a. If he was wearing full plate, that would be yeah.
Yeah, esoteric is the only one that matters. Yeah.
Oh well, my half plate is emblazoned with an upside down cross, a inverted cross, and a pentagram. Maybe a little
Over to the
offensive.
back.
Yeah, it's hard to ingratiate you to the upper crust, definitely. So you guys head over to the castle district.
I'm talking to esoteric about all the cool half plates I saw at the magic shop.
Why'd you go to a magic shop?
I was bored this afternoon.
Did you forget how to count again?
Did I ever really know how to count in the first place? Wait, what am I counting?
Magical items.
Oh. Yes. That sounds about right. That is more or less what happened, yes.
Oh, Rika gets the blame for Jeremy's mistake. It is in character, though.
Demi Lockeram's fault. Lied. Yeah, so Rika's wearing her amulet of whatever health thing that she has.
Okay, so you guys are heading up into the castle district. Esoteric in nice dark robes. Rika in a dress of blue ruffles. Interesting with her blonde hair. She looks very pretty. Talia, dressed prettied up as well. And Baishra, as always, in his very comfortable loincloth. Oh, did you bring the staff I hate so much? I didn't think to ask you. You're bringing the staff?
But I'm not bringing it.
It's a ball. I don't know. Most people don't have staffs.
Yeah, most people don't have a staff of the woodland, so I'm definitely bringing it.
You guys head up. Everybody's kind of lurking around the doors to the castle, this beautiful cathedral castle. Out on the courtyard, there's a lot of people hanging around. There appears to be one entrance where there's a number of guards and looks like somebody checking invites.
I don't hesitate to present mine. No need to cause a ruckus.
Yeah, there's a lot of people just hanging around. They're serving drinks out here if anybody would like to have gotten a drink.
Take a glass of wine, please.
The maitre d' pours you a glass of wine. Can I do anything else for you, miss?
This will do, thank you.
Are you holding it with your pinky out?
No, I'm just cupping it in my, between my swirling it around.
Okay, so you guys present your invites, the things they sent out to you. Says, all right, well, here, yes, please come inside. Just told to expect you, of course. Gets out of your way and lets you guys in. There's just a bit of a line, and then we'll get to the actual, as they're announcing people into the party, so just give it a minute. But he lets you inside. Most of the walls are ornately gilded inside here. Even though they are plaster, it's like painted. But it's a pretty impressive carving achievement. There's pictures along the wall as you guys wait. Another group comes in behind you after a minute or so, and you're kind of shuffling forward with people through this line.
I'll constantly keep aware of passersby and not paranoid, but alert, and just taking note of who's with whom and who was invited and who bothered to show up, and that kind of thing.
Sure, you have kind of a snooty-looking couple right in front of you in line. There's a couple of guys up ahead of them together. Behind you, it seems like you have a group of younger kids. They look like they have dressed for winter, even though it's not that cold. They look out of place. This group behind you of like 5 people. One of them's playing on a lute. One sec. And you see that on the wall, this beautiful picture of... there's like a series of these with monks rubbing vases as you are coming down this, in this line.
It's just strange. Do they have an affiliation on their garb or on adornments or anything?
Nope. One of the people behind you in line starts playing a lute as you guys are waiting. He sings. He's got an okay voice.
Is it catchy?
Yeah, it's Can't Buy Me Love. That's what it is. He wrote it
Definitely
years
tapping
before.
my foot to that. Sure.
His sister kind of joins in his singing as well. It's kind of pretty. They're just kind of softly doing it as a kind of more practicing than actually singing out to be heard. There's also a big guy with them. Looks not particularly intelligent. Goliath. And a couple other people.
I try to be friendly and sociable, even though it's out of my comfort zone. I'm like not being gregarious by any means like Rika, but I'll be polite if I'm recognized, just since that's half the point of us being here, is that it would be recognizable, I assume, by the...
Eventually you do hear the guy playing, come here, heroes of Waterdeep. Come hear us, come hear us, come here, heroes of Waterdeep. Come hear the dragon's call. And he looks over at you guys as he's playing this on his lute.
Yeah, I'm just suspicious of it. So
He winks.
closer.
He winks at you.
See, I'm totally thinking he's probably trying to flirt with me or something, and I'm so oblivious. I'm like, this is a Cult of the Dragon member, and he's trying to lure us in.
I'll draw.
So I hear you all took on a dragon recently. A green dragon down south? They're already starting to write tunes about it. Nothing I'd care to repeat, though.
Why not?
Well, they say you met with Melindrak's son, didn't you? Alone. Is that not part of the tale?
Met with is a strong word.
Well, what passes for honest in a song is somewhat amorphous.
We encountered him. Sir.
Well, yes, then I'm sure the best tales will out. They usually do. And his sister's still singing along. The big guy, the Goliath, goes over to Baishra and kind of nudges him on the shoulder.
Baishra looks at him confused.
He just stares at you.
Baishra looks back.
You think you big?
Baishra replied just no.
Nods his head. That's right. He looks around at everybody, into everybody's eyes, and then he goes back to standing against the wall. You guys are kind of moving along, and you're seeing all these different... It's just throughout the castle. It keeps winding through this castle. Kind of stuck behind this couple that's not very happy there in front of you. It seems like they have something against you, but you can't really tell what it is. Oh, and you're seeing all these pictures as you're going down the hall. It seems like they go in series. Like they don't all... Doesn't seem like there was one consistent thing throughout, but they seem to have... there's never one picture on its own. It's always a series of pictures.
Was the first one actually cross-eyed?
Yes.
That one is terrifying. Is this Duke November's castle that we're here in this party?
Yep. Castle of Waterdeep. And even with all these paintings around and stuff, it's really the sculpting of the halls that is the exceptional art piece. Well, the paintings aren't, they're whatever. But the thing that stands out to you as being extravagant as far as time is the shape of these walls. It's beautifully arched and built out of stone, but there's just such detail in everything. And even some parts of it, you can see as you're going through this castle, there's some parts of it that look more as if they're outside themed. So they will have plants or small trees made out of stone. The whole place is made out of stone, and a lot of it's painted, but it's a beautiful carving that must have taken so much time to complete. And that's a bit daunting. It's like intimidatingly big is how it seems to stand in front of a building that big that has had so much work put into it. They're also calling you Dracomore. They're calling you Jiming Zhangmao. They're calling you... What are the other names?
You went with the Chinese and everything.
Oh, the dwarves. The dwarves call you Zana. Oh, God. Have you heard their song, Olg's Laver?
Not yet.
He starts playing you a little tune.
That's easy for you to say.
Olg's Laver, mad. Olg's Laver, mad. Olg's Laver, mad. They're not a very inventive bunch, are they, the dwarven people. It's mostly made for drinking. He says, not her. So that makes you Rika, golden hair, Faraflava.
You say so. Faraflava.
Silver knife, dollar rat is what they call you. Looks at Talia.
Who's a rat?
You would know growing up at the city that a dollar rat is actually kind of a smart animal, but it's definitely still a rat, you know. I didn't make the name up. I thought you would have heard all these names yourself.
No, we've been a bit busy. By the time people are talking and calling us these names, we are usually moved on to the next fight while they're relishing the fruits of our labors. Although that is somewhat the intent, so I can't complain, but no, I'm not familiar with most of these names.
Yeah, I mean, still kind of just playing along little tunes. Nothing too serious.
Okay. Well, is there like a bunch of nobility here?
It seems like it. Everybody in front of you in line is very, very well dressed and trying to keep themselves away from walls and such to keep their clothes decent. The group behind you looks like the only other group of people who isn't like nobles here.
Why are we in line?
They're announcing people to the hall and you're just waiting to get in.
Oh,
As you're kind of moving through, those are the next series of pieces of art you see in here.
I feel like I'm in a dream.
You have some new pictures that you're passing in the hall.
I look behind all the painting. Pull them
That's
away from the wall.
so wildly inappropriate.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very Rika thing to do, I gotta admit. I'm honestly not surprised Talia isn't, and she's just noting that she's doing it and not really making a fuss over it and continuing to pluck food off the charcuterie boards that are being carried around.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, they come through.
snacking on some cheese and some, salami and some crackers, because hell yeah, I'm taking advantage of that.
Yeah, and wine and champagne or beer if you prefer. You see the group behind you. Most of them take wine, but the big guy takes a big old beer and he looks at Baishra and then he drinks it all the way down.
I mean, who's gonna stop me? I can kill everybody within a 20-foot radius in 6 seconds flat. Nobody's gonna stop me. I can look behind this painting if I want to.
The waitress looks so afraid right now, and then she just leaves.
She's like, I'm not. Somebody else can serve her. I'm not coming within a certain radius of her.
There's nothing behind the painting.
What, all of the paintings in this place? Yes, there is random shit behind the paintings. Lots of like maker's marks of either the painter or the person who made the canvas. There are little things denoting when certain pieces were held in certain places. Like, so it's a series of dates and locations. Is there something you were hoping was there?
No.
Yeah, everybody notices you doing this.
My expectations are satisfied. Okay.
I was pretty
Well,
sure
if I
you
were-
weren't trying to, like,
Ollie.
Nick Cage national treasure this. Like, holy shit, we found the one clue in the random ass spot where nobody would have ever looked.
These paintings are awful, Talia. Simply terrible.
They really are, yes.
The cats ones goes on for a while. There's a multiple of cats and dogs for a few hallways.
There's so many hallways in this place. Alright, Rika just walks in.
Just skipping line.
She just skips line. She just walks up to the door.
Well, all right then. I guess we will announce you next. Weird little dude but he's actually physically standing in front of you. He's like, I will let you in next, but you have to let me announce you. Okay, what do I announce you as? And the guy behind you says, call him Ogslaverm. Do you want me to just introduce you individually as people? How do you want to do this?
Yes. Individual.
Okay.
Name's Rika Mikagami.
He opens the door and says, Rika Mikagami, the heroes of Waterdeep. All sorts of applause and stuff. Anyway, you meet lots of interesting people at the affair. It's pretty much just Lord Neverember trying to get people to contribute to the cause. And you are there. It takes you a while to get in there, so, I mean, it doesn't last a whole lot longer after you guys get in there. Does anybody take up anything with anyone? Otherwise, the evening passes without much ado. You eventually do learn that those people's names were Tikua and Ryuka, and they were the other group. When they get announced behind you, you figure out that they were the other group that brought back Macath the Crimson. And they kind of get a smaller, but, they get a round of applause after you guys come in. Yeah, there's dancing. Do you guys dance?
I dance with Lord Caspian Stormborn.
You guys have a lovely evening. But you are there to be shown off, and they don't let you stick to anybody for that long.
Okay. Talia, do some illusions. Entertain these people. Green dragons or something.
What do you mean entertain them? I was not brought here to do entertainment. I was brought here to be entertained. Was I not?
We're here to look pretty. And grab people's attentions and make them feel like they got their money's worth and that they want to donate money to the cause.
The dwarf Conrad Braunanvil is dancing with Talia, by the way, while you guys are having this discussion.
Okay.
You're dancing with your date, and she's dancing with her as well.
Yeah. So our sentences are, we're twirling around, so our sentences are like revolution. Very, very Pride and Prejudice in here.
That's probably what he looks like, right?
Hopefully it doesn't look like anything in any of the paintings. Okay.
Are of this list of nobility, are they all human nobles or what?
There is mostly, it's like 90% human nobles. There's a few dwarves. There's one other tiefling, Macath the Crimson, who actually might come over and hang out, come over and see if Esoteric has any new information about the green. She might try to pick your brain about that.
Tooth?
Yeah, she wants to know what happened with Chuth. Do you indulge her, or do you kind of...
I mean, I don't know much.
Yeah,
Like, yeah, we were just in the forest, we were about to eat a feast, and then out of nowhere it comes out like an asshole, and it was a really dick move to end for a feast like that. I mean, come on, who would do that?
green dragons can be brutal. I mean, not taking your financial welfare into account. That does
And
seem...
honestly, that's the main reason we killed him. Main reason we killed him was because he did that. Had he not done that, we may have, parlayed. But after that, it was like, fuck it, killed.
Understandable. She's taking down notes of everything you're saying. Okay, and then his lair. Yes, I mean, I've never been inside of a green's lair. If you could describe it for me, I'd rather not influence your description.
Very misty and foggy in the surrounding area, but it was mainly just a cave, and it had, aside from the hostages, it had some treasure.
Did we get treasure? We haven't found any dragon horde.
You guys found a little bit, yeah. There wasn't... I mean, it was nothing...
yeah,
it was nothing like a horde, but you guys found some.
Massive. It was pretty lackluster.
She says, apparently, well, Tiamat is requiring all the chromatics to donate most of their hordes to the effort, which gets followed to a lesser or greater extent depending on the dragon. Apparently, maybe Narenvain had some reason to send extra ahead of himself. Maybe he was planning on leaving. I'm not sure. That is good information to know. It means at the very least there's a missing hole of gold there, which, if you're trying to follow that trail, could be important. She was just taking down notes on everything you're saying. She is the foremost expert on dragons, though, if you do want to ask anything. Baishra, are you eating human fingers at the affair?
You said 90% human. There's some dwarves and tieflings. Are there any elves?
Yes, King Melindrak is there. He is there with 2 escorts. If you keep an eye on him long enough, you could notice that his invisible mage is hanging around as well. Crispian. He asks you what you like to do when you are not killing dragons.
His name's Caspian. Crispian's his name after the dragons get out.
Crispian.
I study martial arts, and I play the flute, and I can sew a little bit, and I like to read books.
I would love
Adventure novels.
I would love to see you play the flute.
You would.
I have a particular love of music.
Oh yeah? What do you like to do?
I would say taking in a play or some sort of musical event. I would think would be my favorite thing to do.
I've ever been to the theater.
Well, I will have to take you. Surely you're free one of these nights.
I'm usually out adventuring. Saving the world. Duty calls.
Well, then how did you become such a good dancer?
Oh. I'm really not, but it's sweet to say.
So the party gets on. Lord Neferember continues to pull you each aside in turn, basically, and introduce you to different nobles. Most of them just sort of acknowledge that you are there and raise their glasses at you. Well, they don't ask anything of you, I guess, is what I'm saying.
We just do their dirty work. Thank you, Lord Caspian. I had a wonderful evening. I hope we can, perhaps we can correspond.
Surely. And he kisses your hand. Do you guys all leave together? Well, how are you guys leaving this party as it starts to wind down in the evening?
I probably have to drag Rico away, and unlike her, who spent most of the evening with Caspian Stormborn, I just went between individuals as was expected and was polite and didn't get overly cozy. Tried to keep an eye for those that would be potentially useful to us in the future.
Sure. How about if you're trying to make connections, make a
Persuasion, probably, or
or performance, if you want to make
Yeah.
it that.
Persuasion would be better for me if I can choose.
I would say anybody who is just generally trying to make connections that they may be able to use at some point, rather than run you through every single person. How well you do, just go ahead and make a persuasion roll. Or performance.
made of the connections I want. Dreamy Caspian.
Jareth Darkmoor, Count, asks you to dance, and he lets you know that he has connections in the Zentarum if you ever need them. That's to Talia. He lets her know that. Countess Jasmine Silverleaf asked you out on a date, Talia. She is half-elf. She looks way more human than even you. She got very little, it seems like, of the elf in her.
Would have been
Unlike her mom, but
Oh wow. Yeah, I would have gravitated toward her probably early, just because of the comfortableness level of me being with half elves, like Rika's family and stuff. I would have probably let her down easy on the date, just saying that I was already in a prospective relationship. But
Yeah, she doesn't take any offense.
But I do probably, continue to converse with her throughout the night amidst the other connections, just from a
Sure. Those were just the two people you kind of...
friendship. Yeah. What's her name again?
Jasmine Silverleaf. She's a countess.
what was Caspian's business? What's he do?
He runs a shipping company. Trading all sorts of things. He runs the shipping company, so it's not in any sort of... He runs the ships, not the product.
He's a merchant. He's in shipping. The ships, not the good.
Right.
He owns a shipping company.
Yeah, if you ask him about it, he will get as down into the accounting, basic details of it as you want to. He seems mildly interested in what he's talking about, even though you probably aren't.
Nope, he's not all that interested.
But yeah, other than that, the evening kind of winds down.
No, eventually I'll drag Rika away from Caspian, and say we've got a busy day tomorrow. We want to get some rest. We've performed our duties here well enough, I should say.
Most certainly. I'd imagine even the suggestion you were in town would have brought them in. Everybody's looking for an answer to this. And for many of us, it's out of reach. But it's good to see you here. Okay, does anybody else do anything before you leave the party? Caspian's already said bye to you, so if you want to go hang out with him, you have to go back and hang out with him.
Nah.
Okay, so you guys are all walking home. Rika's got little love bubbles above her head. You know what? Actually, Macath the Crimson... She may have followed you guys. She may have come with you guys, actually, when you left. And she's still asking details about what happened with the dragon, trying to get, multiple accounts. Might, be a little annoying, but she's just, you can tell she's kind of thinking about something that has nothing to do with you guys and just prattling on whether you interact with her or not, really.
So she's a dragon nerd.
She's a super dragon nerd, yeah.
Gotcha.
And sometimes when you're talking to her, she will hold up her finger, stop. She'll listen to a message in her head and take down notes, and then she'll let you know you can go again.
Tell me about all the dragons. What's a wind dragon?
It is the solid concept of expansion. You hear from down the way. You see, actually, this is down the cobbled street at night. There's a couple guards out you've seen. And you see Bobby Jam standing there. And he yells over, Rika, I need to talk to you.
Okay. Hey, Bobby Jam. What's up? I guess I walk over. Is he ahead of us?
He's kind of off to the side.
I'll say I'll catch up with you guys in a little bit. I run across the street.
He says, Thanks for seeing me, by the way. It's been a while.
Yeah, what's up, Bobby? How you been?
Well, not so well. That's why I wanted to talk to you. I was wondering if you could talk to Unthar Froom. You brought up my name in council, so I got ordered back here, and I'm just kind of stuck in this city. I was wondering if you could tell him that, they don't need to keep me here as a contact to you. Maybe if you could tell him that, he would let me go back to my posting. And the rest of my life, instead of being stuck in this town, in case I might be needed to talk to you.
Oh. Sorry they've got you under their thumb like that. Where's your posting at?
Well, I was up north where I met you guys. But for some reason, I guess they just didn't have very much information to go on. Maybe you didn't have a huge amount of contacts outside the family or something. But they think that I know you, and I need you to tell them that I don't know you. Okay. Or we only vaguely know each other, it's not worth leaving me rotting in a town for this.
I mean, it is Waterdeep. It's a pretty nice town. If you want to go back to where you came from, that makes sense.
It's a nice enough town, but I have things that I want to accomplish that have nothing to do with this place.
Sure. No, it's certainly not any problem. I will send a message.
Well, let's just go talk to him. It won't take that long. I need to get suited up. I'm not supposed to see him outside of my armor, but other than that, do you think we could just go talk to him?
I guess so.
Okay.
We meet you at his house? Office?
Well, I'm just going to go get changed, and then we'll go see him. Is that all right?
Yeah.
The rain has let up at this point, by the way.
Okay, well, lead the way, I guess.
Sure. He leads you down towards the trades ward. The same area you've been around all day. He goes into his apartment there, which is just off the main way, but it's not raining. You're hanging out in the night. He says, I need a little while to, change my armor. What's everybody else doing during this period? You guys are probably headed back to the inn, or you might be headed back to Kieran's house. I don't know what you guys are up to.
I was originally headed back to Kieran's house, but now I'm worried about Rika, so I'm not all up in their business conversation-wise, but I would be hanging back, like stealthily, keeping tabs on them to.
Oh, you're actually going to follow them?
Yeah.
It's a little bit silly to make you make a stealth check, but you really should, just in case you completely flop it. Fall off a building in front of them or something.
Oh my god!
Yeah, I won't have advantage on it because I don't have my Cloak of Elvenkind.
What are the odds? It's like a moonlit night. Now that it's cleared out, it's really beautiful. Okay.
And I would have told Esoteric, like, after I see where Bobby Jim and Rika were talking off to the side, I was still hanging back with Esoteric and Bishra until I see them, like, it's going to go a while and they start moving off. So I tell them, like, you know, I'm just going to head back to the dojo, you know, meet y'all back up tomorrow morning at the inn, just like today, and I'm going to stay on Rika. And so that's when I would disappear to do that.
No, you are the knight. Not even the guards on the street as you pass by them, like within feet of them, know you're there. You move like a shadow itself. You eventually end up hanging outside of his house, and I guess Rika's just waiting outside.
Yeah.
Okay. Bobby Jam says, Rika, can I get your help? I can't get this thing on right.
Can't put on your own armor?
It's just a little bit off.
Come on, you're supposed to be a member of the Order of the Gauntlet. This is ridiculous. I say as I walk into his apartment.
You are instantly clubbed with a two-handed mace. Oof, he misses.
Hey, I'm there. You better believe Tali's gonna be jumping in. Rika doesn't know she's there.
I don't know if she got smashed in the head. She could be getting smashed in the rear.
Nobody's getting smashed in the rear. All right.
Thank God.
Now it's just Esoteric and Bishra heading home down this main cobbled street. You're hearing a lot of animal noises, like cart animals as they're moving in for the night. It's still fairly early in the night, so they're still moving in, and you're heading back over towards the Tumbling Barmaid. Before you get there, Bishra, as you're heading through these alleys, they kind of open up into streets. It's mostly residential into the Seaward here where you're heading. You're seeing a lot of faces off, and it seems like more than the usual people are keeping an eye on you as you're passing. You also get a couple of kids that come up behind you, and they're like, they call you a name for a giant walking lizard, and they're like cheering you on.
Giant walking lizard.
But you guys get back to the inn. What you see as you come into the inn is an extremely lively room. There's a keg at the center that looks like it's been set up and is just being used by everyone. It is kind of a nice evening inn before it starts getting too rowdy. It seems kind of comfortable, but both of you guys are kind of excited to be done with the pomp of Waterdeep. So you guys head upstairs to bed. So now we're switching back over to Talia. You have just seen Rika take off. You start following her just because you feel a little bit uncomfortable. You didn't hear what they were talking about, but it seemed like Rika had a decent reason to go off. She seemed concerned.
Yeah, definitely continue following. That was my intention from the out. Even with nothing suspicious, I was going to, but especially if there were. So I'll continue to stay stealth and follow at a distance.
The streets again are full of these carts. They have to get everything in there, and everybody's trying to get their stall made for the night, and you're kind of getting in their way. So you're just seeing glimpses of Rika's bright hair in the blue night. You head up onto rooftops, so you less have to deal with that. You keep up, and you also notice another figure on the ground. Once you get up above, you can see that there's another figure following her. Just appears to be gray-robed. You can't tell much more than that. And you pretty quickly lose sight of him.
I will keep my guard up as I continue to follow her, keeping a lookout for him specifically as I keep pace with Rika and Bobby.
You just barely notice him before he heads back out, and it's a little bit odd the way he's moving. And you can see Rika's waiting outside. She waits out there for a little bit, and you kind of get comfortable on the roof, and you're looking over. Okay, you hear a thud, a loud thud, a scream inside the house of a guttural animal. Black sparrows rise from the roof and start flying off north. So to Rika, the fiend has, you hear just a woof of sound as this club passes past you and lands in the ground. A crash as it hits the wood of the ground. You look around you and you see this wavy-haired knight, Bobby Jam, who just looks, now he's inside. The shadows are darker, harsher. You can tell that he doesn't look well. There's also just this smell as you get inside of rotting meat. You can see over in the far corner a couple of bodies and also a beautiful woman with red wings, dressed in the skimpiest clothing possible. She also has giant horns.
Oh, she's a tiefling.
This is not I don't know if you know what this is.
Rika just assumed anybody with horns is a tiefling because that's all she knows.
Okay. That makes sense. So we have the fiend just went. Talia, you are up next. So yeah, we end up in the same spot.
Okay, so I am going to... Is there shadows on this roof? Because that's the 60 feet that I could vamp to.
Yes.
Okay, so I do that. And then I will have 60 feet of movement. Normally I have 50, but with Dread Ambusher first round of combat I have an extra 10. So I'm going to jump down and sprint into here so that I can just see what's happening. So I'm coming in here, and then from here, I suppose, what can I see from here? Bobby Jam?
You see everything? Yeah, she can see. Bobby Jam is in his full plate armor, ceremonial plate. He's just got a short sword. And then this other fiendish creature, 10 feet tall, kind of crouched down in this place, legs of a goat. Just looks hellish of origin.
More tieflings.
Right.
So I can see this, but not this.
You could kind of make her out. This is all happening very quickly for you as you're running. You see the vague shape of her back there. I wouldn't say she's the first thing you see when you come through the door, though.
In which case, my immediate attention would be drawn to this, because I'm not going to necessarily assume that we're at Bobby Jam right now. I'm just saying, oh, hey, there's a fiend here, and maybe Bobby Jam drew his sword to attack the fiend. So I'm going to run in. I've got another X amount of movement, so I'm going to slide past Rika, making sure that she's okay first but seeing that she's still upright, I will just come in and slash at this fiend.
Yeah, she is still upright. She kind of fell back into that corner as she started getting attacked, just surprised. And then you, in a brief 2 seconds, cover a huge span and are standing right next to her, even though she didn't know you were here.
Oh my god, a monster's and now a shadowy figure steps in front of me. Wait, I know that smell.
You smell my shampoo. I don't have my... We were at the ball, and I didn't have my weapons, so I need to use an arm strike.
Hits. You get 2 good strikes in on this thing, but this is just a bulk of muscle, and you hit it, it hurts to hit him, but you can tell you're making a little bit of damage, even though he doesn't seem to react to any of it.
I'd like to spend a key to make that a stunning strike.
Fails. He is stunned.
Until the end of my next turn, I think. And I'll say, "What have you gotten yourself into, Rika?" And then my turn's over.
She starts running this direction. It's 15 feet. She is going to... Got this newcomer here. She's going to whip at you, Talia. And she starts pulling you back this direction. 5 feet.
I will sneer at her.
She pulls you back. She just didn't even try to hurt you. She just comes in, makes an attack at you, and the thing just wraps around your neck, and she starts pulling you back into this room, cutting off your air supply. All of this has just happened in the blink of an eye. Bobby Jam asks you to help him with his armor, and you walk in the door, and all of this has just gone down in a second.
Does Bobby Jam look like he's normal? Like, is he part of this?
Everything looks wrong in this house, and it's impossible for you to get a good read on that. All of this shit going on.
Rika doesn't know what's going on. All she knows is that...
She knows fiend. No, she knows tiefling. Tiefling.
Tieflings are attacking. Alright, my action is going to be to twin spell haste on me and Talia.
Oh,
Talia, right? So I'll step up, touch Talia, and twin, do a little hand seal thing, and I will also put my Aegis protection on her. I get my haste action now, which is a single attack. I guess I'll attack the fiend with my sword. I guess I'll just draw my sword and try to get off a quick slash on it now that I'm super fast. Radiant damage as my Sunblade. Yeah. The big tiefling. They tried to hit me with a big stick.
He is like drooling out of his mouth now as Talia is getting dragged past him by the neck. Now, slow. Both of you have slow cast on you.
What? Slow cast. Well, that cancels my haste.
You see this chi fire growing around you. You know this feeling. It feels amazing to be able to move this much. Even though it is around your neck, you feel this chi fire come into you, and then it just dissipates, and it's like water being slapped over you, and it's gone.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
You're like, and I'm like, oh, I guess I need to start chanting too.
Bobby
Now we're in
Jam
magic battle.
comes up behind you, grabs you, Rika. He's
Oh,
only
Bobby
plus two.
Jam.
Oof.
Internally, Talia's like, "I've been looking for a reason to fucking kill this dude for like ages now," so she's gonna enjoy that.
Starts pulling you this direction, pulling you past Talia. He has dropped his sword at this point, and he is just dragging you. Top of the round, Fiend is drooling on himself again, as everything does around Talia. Talia, you are back to normal as far as haste goes, but you are being dragged by this succubus down into this hallway.
I mean, if not for stunning strike, then monks would be so selfish. No group utility.
Yeah, so I'm going to start with my bonus action, activating Eldritch Maw, which is the active effect of my new tattoo. So I'm going to channel my chi into it, and it's going to glow briefly, and then suffuse my body with shadow magic. And now I do force damage on all my hits for the next minute, and
Okay.
I can do melee attacks up to 15 feet away.
Okay. Who are you attacking at this point?
I am still actually going to attack the fiend, though.
He is still stunned.
So are you grappled by the whip, or how is that working?
She is grappled by the whip, yes.
Yeah. That just means that,
Movement speed is 0.
yes,
You can be dragged.
yeah. So it doesn't affect my ability to attack. I will do an arm strike on this fiend. I'm using the pressure points ability, which is how I get the sneak attack. So I'll probably like stabbed at his jugular, the arteries and nerves in his neck, and like because I'm gonna do a second strike too, but it's probably like just hitting his brainstem and his throat.
This thing is so full of muscle, though. As you stab it in there, you think you're going to get like arteries and stuff, but there's so much muscle in the neck that you don't even feel it hit. It doesn't spurt out quite like you're used to.
Yeah, it may be hitting the nerve, but I'm not getting the blood that I was expecting. So, an extra attack action will be a follow-up strike to the other side of the neck.
Okay.
And then I can't move because I'm grappled, so that's my turn. And the stunning
get saving throw?
Saving throw against slow.
You pass. Haste is back on.
What's do I get a saving throw on the grappler, or am I just stay grappled?
You would have to use an action to get out of that. Succubus drags you another 15 feet. In this direction, you see just a rip in the ground where a plain is, just a long, empty, hellish plain. It reminds you of what you saw through the portal back in the woods. It's in the ground. The plane doesn't seem to relate to our plane of exit, like the plane of the earth. It doesn't seem to have any relation. It goes off in a completely different direction. She has gone through there. She has you.
Oh. It's between she and I. Okay.
Now you tell us.
Yikes.
Rika still doesn't even know this yet. The succubus has gone through the portal. Talia is being dragged. She is almost through the portal. Well, actually, you know what? She's going to dash. Haha. She's just going to dash, and she's going to pull you through. You are 5 feet through on the other side of the portal. She's been pulled.
When I get dragged to hell.
She's been pulled 10 feet through here. The succubus is flying up in the air, by the way. All you saw was Talia getting dragged into the other room. So you don't even know that that's going on. Bobby Jam is holding you from the back. This fiend is regained consciousness. And he turns around, ready to take all of his anger out on you.
Okay. I'm going to... Was there a window here where I can see the mage?
There is, because he can see you.
And the succubus isn't there, right? She's over there with Talia.
Yes, the succubus is in hell, flying away from Talia, still holding her grappled. You know Talia got taken through that room. That's all you know. You are grappled. You have 0 movement speed. So you're really only... no, you have multiple options. You could attack, or you could try to break the grapple.
Going to cast Thunderstep. Boop. So I'm going to go out here with the mage. Like I explode in a
Fiend
thunder blast, and I teleport through the window. That's a verbal component spell, so as long as I can speak, I can cast it. Bonus action. Yeah, that's all I got on me. Yep. I just wink at the mage and glare at him, drawing my sword into for a strike on him.
Bobby Jam runs through the portal, tries to grapple Talia, just sprints in at you. You're being dragged along by the neck. I think you're kind of on your feet because you were able to make some attacks, but then Bobby Jam comes in from behind and just tackles you.
Since it's not a whip attack, it's just a grapple defender.
He does not grapple you. Okay.
I'm still grappled from her whip.
The fiend is going to come through the portal as well. You hear the succubus yelling something out in some demonic language as she's dragging you. Harsh, angry cries, and this fiend comes lumbering through on its goat legs, and it's trying to do the same thing. It's trying to grapple you. It just comes at you with these 2 long arms.
Bring it.
Oof. Okay, well, he's going to take a second attack for that and do the same thing. He's got a +5 to this. God,
she is
damn,
fucking
dude.
tenacious. twisting, turning, blocking, parrying with her arms and legs.
Use a whirlwind of teeth and fingernails, feet and hands.
Okay, so neither of them are able to hold on to you. Baishra, what you hear is a hail of sparrows hitting the roof. And then the sound of doors breaking in. You notice, that was also high enough, you would notice slightly before, you would have an action here to react. You hear the levity downstairs become suddenly silent. You hear the scuffling, you hear a slight scream. What do you do at this point, Baishra?
There, we're 30 feet.
You come into the hallway, you see a number of huge men and a wizard standing just before you.
Do they seem hostile?
Yeah, they are definitely hostile. They all have axes or swords, except for the wizards.
Well, do they like have them out charging towards me, or do they just have them out looking around?
You come out and you just kind of look over at them. That's it. That's all the information you have.
All right, then that's all I'll do.
Kicks in the door before he even realizes that Baishra's there. Heads in here, rages, and starts throwing the two-handed axe down on Esoteric. Yeah, I'm going to say, I don't think you have armor on. Oh, shit. Then he definitely hits.
You have a shield.
He could pick up his shield, I guess. Same thing, he rages, just screams out and brings this sword down at you. He almost has to totally fail to miss. So they just come in. This is how you are getting woken up, is by giant flailing weapons coming down into you. Then we've got mages. This gray one sees Baishra and lets out a call. The Grey Wizard is going to cast Slow on Esoteric and Baishra. Okay, Esoteric fails. You are slowed. It's -2 AC.
Jesus.
Then the thief is going to come in through Baishra's window. Out of there. He holds on with two hands to the roof and swings his legs through. He bounces off the bed and comes up at you with knives, Baishra.
I feel a lot worse for these guys. They don't have a succubus attacking them, which is very sad.
I assume that hits. I think my AC is just 13, because I don't have anything else currently. Not on my shield or anything that I know of. I assume I'm not walking around with my shield constantly.
You could have picked it up. You had forewarning of this. Esoteric did not.
I mean, I wouldn't have. I would have just walked over and looked at the noise.
As this guy just flies into the room behind you. He looks a lot like Talia when she's in a rage. And usually that means a lot of blood. Okay, then we're back to B1, who is going to come in at Esoteric, rage, and take an attack. He's going to hit, so he's just going to roll damage.
I mean, if he rolls a 1, it's a miss.
Okay, I will roll. You got this, just eerie feeling as you're hearing it go silent downstairs, even though you know there's a bunch of people, scraping of chairs. Come out here and you're just getting assaulted from behind. You see a gray wizard there. You feel some spells trying to land over you.
I guess I'll attack at the guy who's beside me.
The rogue.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what spell I would have used.
You should move towards me.
In theory, yeah.
You should turn into a T-Rex and destroy the whole building.
I don't think I'll fit.
You just wear the building like Baba Yaga's hut.
chicken feet coming out the bottom.
Yep.
You'd end up looking like one of those Zandalari T-Rexes that have like the shit all over them. The headpiece and saddle and stuff.
How high is the ceiling?
10 foot.
You're not a moon druid anymore, are you, Zach?
I am. They don't get that much shape-shifting stuff. So I saw people go into the room that I knew Esoteric was in, right?
Yes, you saw them break through there. Basically, you came out the door, you saw them all standing there, and then immediately this guy breaks through and they all run through together. Scream.
Okay, so I'll go 5, 10...
Okay, he's going to use
20.
his opportunity attack.
Have at it.
He also has Sentinel, which is going to lock you down right here.
Wait, James even knows what Sentinel is?
5.
It's dangerous.
Alright, I guess I'll just Primal Savagery him then.
Ooh. Yeah, you feel this. You have recently dug your claws into a dragon. You hit this guy and you just feel it strike home. It's so nice to have it hit somebody who isn't like insanely armored. And this thing just lands on him. You see it does a huge amount of damage. Blood goes flowing out.
Bonus action to do my Hungry Jaws. Special attack, you bite. That's it.
All right. Yeah, you really annoyingly get stuck into the ground by this rogue who seems to just be waiting for you to move, just to pin you down. Turn around, slash through him, bite him in the neck. He looks much more skittish at this point. Yeah, he takes another strike at you. Roll for a 1.
Do I recognize affiliation of these entities?
The affiliation of these no, you do not. These appear to be just warriors with huge swords. You could tell they're probably barbarian in that they look like they're on some sort of drug with how hyped up they are.
Are they devils?
They're not. They're humans. All of them are human males.
Huh. Okay, well, I don't really have much options, so I'm going to call out Baisha Run, and then I'm going to cast something. Am I going to, like...
No.
Yeah, do you have a chance to interrupt it? Cast Plane Shift.
Where do you go? Or what are you...
Avernus. That's the only thing I have attuned. I have a Metal Rod attuned to Avernus.
It's just GTFO, get out of jail card.
You put me in bed with no armor. Like, 4 people attacking me. They did over half my health in 1 round. I'm not going to survive another round. This is what I would do to save my life.
It makes a good point. Like if he goes to some random place on Avernus that he knows that he's not in danger, and like then he can worry about getting back later.
There's got to be some rules about this. Do you have complete control over where you end up?
I can specify a target. I don't know how familiar I am with Avernus.
I mean, you're from there, right?
Well, I'm from the second plane. Avernus is the first layer. I'm second layer. I'm from this.
Why don't you just pick the second layer then? Like pick
Well,
your...
if you know specifically of a teleportation circle there, you can go to that. Otherwise,
You definitely have...
on that.
You have an attunement to 2. You can get back to 2 if you want to.
It's just that I was given an item direct specifically to Avernus by the imp that one time.
Correct, but
Wasn't aware that
you have your medallion, and that came from the second layer.
Oh, well, then okay, then I would pick this. Yeah.
Okay, so you go to Dis. Which general part of Dis?
Okay, well then yes, I would go to the city of Dis.
Yeah, Dissipator is the whole level.
He goes to the college dorm. On Thin Disc.
Baishra, you are here. You have just heard him yell run. That's all you know.
Okay. I assume I heard something like a foosh.
Esoteric was just
Plane
banished to the
shift?
epilogue.
No, you wouldn't have heard that. There's a bunch of raging barbarians screaming.
Okay,
You
that's
wouldn't
fine. Question. Are there any holes in the ceiling anywhere?
No, there are no holes in the ceiling. There are windows, not glass.
Is there a chimney at all anywhere?
No, not on this level. There is one downstairs. So yeah, actually, I mean, it goes through the upstairs. There's no opening to the chimney on the second level.
Okay.
Why are you asking?
Because I'm gonna cast reverse gravity.
Damn it, you guys! Don't leave me on the prime material plane with Bystra. And
Rogue.
horse.
These guys are confused. You just popped out of existence. They're screaming. They're like, I have to hit something.
Oh no!
I'm going to lose my rage. They run down the hall. Well, only one of them can get to you. The other guys just hit walls. Actually, yeah, that's what they're doing. They're breaking down this wall right here. But one of them gets to attack you.
You have to take damage or attack a hostile creature.
They just start bashing their heads against the wall.
Yeah, they could hit themselves.
Yeah, they take damage from hitting their heads on the wall.
That wasn't as bad. That was an 11 plus 4, 15. 15 damage to you, Bystra. Just from that one attack. The rogue comes in, kind of seeing... Let's see, what language are they talking in? They say the cleric's gone! You hear one of the barbarians yell it out, and the great wizard scoffs at him. This wizard moves back. They're going to attack Bystra. Both of them are going to make firebolt attacks on Bystra. Okay, so both those hit as they rain fire down upon you. None of those guys can get through. Man, you're in a really good position for this. You're just in a hallway with a bunch of berserkers crashing through, literally crashing through the walls at you. You have one rogue who you have... He's in really bad shape, but he's also... He looks kind of wily. He's a rogue. He looks like Talia, is what he looks like.
Yeah, I'm still gonna do the whole reverse gravity thing. It's the only thing that I can roughly do. Reverses gravity in 50-foot radius, centering it on myself, so it's gonna hit everyone, including me.
And the people downstairs.
Is it everybody you can see, or are there any limitations like that?
Everything within the 50-meter thing gets flipped over.
Oh, like
Even
beds
objects?
and... Oh, shit.
All
Okay.
creatures and objects. They're literally, like, everything sitting around everywhere.
Pretend like the building literally got picked up and turned upside down.
Yeah.
You're in a bar. You hear the crashing of every bottle in this entire place. And it doesn't affect you? Does it affect you?
Well, I'm gonna grab a hold of the door frame when I go to do it real quick.
Okay, because you know that this is coming. That makes sense.
Yeah.
So you can kind of flip with it.
That's well, I'm trying to stay there.
You hear the
While they're all
screams
in
of
the ceiling.
people. You hear things crashing upstairs. Well, upstairs or whatever it is now. Downstairs. And then you...
Well, it says you fall upwards, just as you would falling.
10 feet.
Yeah, so it's only 10 feet. I don't think they take damage from 10 feet. What I'll do after that is I'll use my bonus action to turn into like a bat and then fly out of the building while they're falling, or while they're all on the ceiling.
I'm sorry.
Well,
what
I was
that,
thinking of
Brad?
leaving them attached to the ceiling while I am like upside down flying towards the floor. I guess I'll move whatever I can while still staying sort of on the
This
ceiling. I guess.
here is where he came in. That's a window, if you would like to go that direction.
Yeah.
I'm going
I
to...
can maneuver that way on the other side of the door frame.
So you escape. Which direction do you go? What
Away.
do you do? Yeah, no, away isn't a...
I get out of the city.
How? Which
I fly.
way?
Whatever way I see, I go up, and then I go away from the city.
That would be towards the ocean?
Yeah, you're going to ocean or land.
That's-
I guess towards land. Yeah.
That would be like east.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
West.
Yeah, I guess east.
East.
So
Okay.
Tarek said run, so Vicer's running.
Bystra takes off into the night and we are back to Rika and Talia. So Talia's Talia's up next. You are grappled by the succubus. You are not grappled by Bobby Jam or the fiend, but they are in melee with you.
And I'm within 10 feet of the portal here.
Correct.
Correct. Okay. Well, first thing I'm going to do is attack the fiend that just tried to swipe at me since he's already jacked up.
Including your new Eldritch D6
Yeah.
or whatever?
That's what this one was. I rolled a 1 on the d6.
Oh. See.
And then extra attack. Misses. And then I will use my...
Don't forget your haste action can be used for a disengage, a dash, a hide.
I forgot
use
about my
object.
haste action. I'm going to use the haste action to hit strike again. And miss again. Now my bonus action is going to be used for Shadow Step. Back
Sure.
to in here. Through the portal. Want to go to a shadow on the other side of the portal.
Yep, you plan this perfectly so you can escape with just the best shadow step. You look through the portal, and it doesn't go off.
What?
It's a different plane.
Okay. That's my turn.
Back to Succubus. Still has you grappled. She's going to drag you another 15 feet this direction. I don't think if she drags you out of their range, they get opportunity attacks, so that's okay.
Yeah, force movement doesn't have it.
You have no idea any of this is going on over there. I don't think.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you teleported straight out. You didn't even see the portal inside. So you're out here, you have one giant human hairy male. Are you really going out of his range?
No.
Just looks out of his mind with rage.
I'm gonna booming blade the mage.
Ah, the mage sees you doing this. Man, shit. This has gotten crazy. This is not at all... Either of these combats are not at all what I thought they were going to be. Turns you into a chicken.
Okay. Rika thinks she's a chicken.
You start eating out of the food on the ground, and the berserker looks very confused. Okay, Bobby Jam and then the Fiend. Bobby Jam's going to come up, try to grab you as well. Plus 17, miss. Fiend fails. Fiend's second attack is going to try again. They're having trouble getting a hold of you. They're basically all corralling you in. You look back at this division between planes, this little tiny crack that they brought you through, and you see it starting to weave itself back together. We are back to Talia.
All right.
I'm pretty sure haste ends when Rika becomes a chicken.
Also, oh shit, Talia's stunned.
Why am I stunned?
Haste ended.
Oh, okay.
Exhausted. Yeah.
So is it stunned or exhausted? There's a big difference.
It's exhausted.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Not done, but it's not bad.
When the spell ends, the target can't move or take actions until after its next turn as a wave of lethargy sweeps over it.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
okay.
you don't get auto crits against you the way stun does.
Right.
I see where
Okay.
there's some distinction.
That's a very big distinction.
Wait,
So I can't move or take actions. Correct?
That's
It's like
correct.
catch your breath, technically.
You just don't have you don't have the miss effect.
You just know
Ugh.
it's Rika's fault somehow.
I just feel exhausted all of a sudden. I was getting ready to disengage and make a run for it, and then I just wave of lethargy, and I just
She's
kinda
just
sink in on myself.
dragging you across this plane, and now you just don't have the energy to keep up anymore.
Instead of little Tweety birds swirling on your head, it's like little Rikas making stupid faces. Little chibi Rikas. Haven't been picked up yet.
You have not. You will be picked up soon.
Okay, I run away from the scary barbarian.
Would you like to prepare an attack for when somebody picks you up?
She thinks she's a chicken.
No, I'm running away.
Yeah, chicken.
It's
mental.
literally, you're not just physically that. You literally are a chicken.
That's why I was double checking to make sure haste would drop. Yeah, your mind turns into the creature.
The mage is going to use the berserker. Maybe he's a little thrown off by the polymorph, but the mage knew it was coming. He's going to make an opportunity attack grab at you.
Okay.
And miss.
Somebody have the fast with chicken handle handy.
This mage is just grabbing you with his hands. He doesn't have any modifier to this. He just misses. Okay, so you go running off is what you do with your turn.
Starts doing the chicken dance.
What's the speed of a chicken?
I would say 15 probably. So if you dash, you get 30 feet.
I don't see chicken in the bestiary.
Speed 25 feet, fly 15. According to the D&D website.
Yeah, an abyssal chicken is speed 30 feet, fly 30 feet.
Yeah, sure. 25 feet is fine. So that's 50 feet if you want to dash. This is the most ridiculous combat I've ever been a part of.
That makes it awesome. We have an awesome rules argument, which to me I think makes some of the best sessions.
That gate's closing. That's fucking...
Reek is dodging traffic.
Yeah, you are actually probably in decent company. There's other chickens around here just wandering around.
I go to the other chickens for safety.
Okay, so this mage comes out here. He can't do anything though. All right, here's what he's gonna do. He's chasing you. He's gonna use his dash action, and then he's gonna use his reaction to try to pick you up again. The berserker loses his rage as he chases after this mage, who is calling back to him.
They just did that, or is this a whole nother turn?
The berserker too. That was a reaction, not an action. Are we good? I haven't decided whether the portal closes before you get another turn, and I'm really hesitant to get to that part of the round.
For how the portal was closing, or just when you designed it.
It was supposed to be one round. It was supposed to be one round. I didn't realize you were going to be stunned during that round.
It closed while I was in there. Then that's what happens.
I feel really bad about it.
I think I'm supposed to have been able to teleport out too, but I don't know.
I had already decided that you couldn't teleport across planes.
Yeah. I guess you could look at this like this. James technically closed the portal around earlier. It's just he just wanted to taunt you with it, looking like you could go through it.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to finish your fight, Talia, because, I mean, it still could...
I mean, I'm going to lose. I've got 3 people against me, and I'm stunned.
Not necessarily. You haven't taken any damage, right?
No, because...
You've only been dragged.
They've only tried to grapple me, and my grapple is always going to beat them. The second they start to actually try to attack me...
I'm actually fairly sure... Well, okay, here's actually the first thing that happens. You see that succubus, as soon as she sees the thing close... You see the succubus fly away.
Is her whip still around my neck?
No, she just... That's what she does for her turn. She just undoes her whip, kind of with a flip, and flies off into the air. The Fiend and Bobby Jam are still trying to grapple you, or that's what they just did with their turn. They don't realize the portal is closed. And it's your turn. What do you do?
I mean, what does the surroundings look like here? I mean, up to now, I've probably just been focused on them rather than my surroundings.
Endless, cracked ground, kind of like salt flats with cracked ground. And vague shapes of mountains in every direction.
You're in the blasted lands.
There's nothing. It just looks like dust, a constant swirling wind of dust in this huge tornado that encompasses hundreds of thousands of miles of nothing. It just looks like it's gotta be a frightening sight.
I just like scream in frustration and turn to attack the fiend. And I'm gonna flurry of blows. Well, does that finish him off, or is he still up?
Yeah, he's still up. He's looking. I mean, you guys have gotten in some good attacks on him, even though he hasn't gotten any in on you, and he is looking like he's starting to bleed out, and his limbs are starting to move less slowly. He's reacting more injured.
Okay. Yeah, I'm flurry of blowsing then. 2 more attacks.
Okay, he doesn't hit.
Hey, Rika's not
Fiend
slowed
is going to attack. He misses. He's going to take a second attack. Bobby Jam still looks... He doesn't look like he's taken in the surroundings yet. He has no idea he's been left in a empty plane of nothingness. He is just focused on coming at you, but he's just... Bobby Jam is the one person in this fight that is not really on the same level as everybody else. He's the kind of stand-in person that they just needed for the face. And he's getting nothing done on you. Back to you, Talia. You're still unscathed. Yeah, you got one more hit. How do you do it, Talia?
Well, it's because I'm using my shadow tattoo is still working, which is the force damage thing. I would say the shadow tendrils when I strike extends from my knife hand up through his nose into his brain, kind of thing, like a stabbing.
Yeah, it's kind of gross. His body actually keeps moving for a long time afterwards, not doing anything really particular. He's not like punching or hitting, but he's flailing his arms for like a minute after you put a blade into his brain. You have the vaguest impression of the succubus off in the distance. Never-ending burning sky around you, and unshapen pills so far off in the distance you don't even know if you'll be able to get there.
Yep. He took you through the dark portal, dude.
I got a level on Hellfire Peninsula.
Back to Rika, I guess. I don't know what's happening over here, actually. Do they just like?
She's chicken. And he has.
But there's no portal anymore. Well, the mage wasn't really part of that plan anyway.
If he ever takes enough damage to knock him out of the chicken form, he goes back to Rika form.
Yeah, but so far she's just been grabbed and is being held.
Yeah. Rika, you have to try to run away.
Yeah, they haven't done it yet. They just ran over. They dashed over to me.
And this has been a whole turn. I think it lasts 10 turns total.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I like
Miss.
chicken fly up on top of this building?
Ooh, the berserker would have grabbed you as you started to fly away. He doesn't.
It's up to an hour.
He doesn't know what to do with you, though. Yes, you could have tried that, but the berserker would have caught you. The mage missed. So you're back over here squawking. He's just looking at you. He's like, the mage is like, let's see if we can get her back in the house. And they go back inside. This chicken is squawking, and I guess you're trying to get away? I don't know the rules on chicken wrangling.
Yeah, I don't think chickens like to be held, usually.
No. Can confirm, have chickens.
Okay, so what? You make an athletics check against a berserker?
Or acrobatics.
I mean, chickens really can't escape a human. I mean, I could peck
Have you ever
at
tried
him.
to catch a chicken?
Well, I'm already been caught, though.
Yeah, once held.
Yeah, once held. I attack with my... What's the chicken's strength?
Your killer beak ability?
My killer beak ability. He loses his rage. If I don't attack him, he loses his rage, right?
Flurry of feathers.
I'm just...
Oh, he already lost his rage. He lost it back over there when you ran away as a chicken.
Hey man, you got a +4 to hit. You got bite or claws, and you
Holy
have
crap.
multi-attack. You have multi-attack. You make 2 attacks.
Berserker holds you.
It's +2.
He drags you back into the house. Well, starts, I guess, dragging you that direction. Okay. This is
Chickens at +2.
No, sorry, -2.
this is
Okay,
ridiculous.
Jesus. Chicken with his 14 strength.
He throws you inside the house. Feathers go flying, and he closes the door behind you.
Yep, that's probably for the best. Yeah, I think so.
Jeremy Crawford says you're now under the effects of both spells. You have to figure out what benefits you gain from both.
Fuck Jeremy Crawford. It is out. he gets arrested, not arrested, but taken to Dis. There is a part there where you could try to sneak away, and it would be possible, but it's so unlikely as to be like, do we even want to go through all those rolls?
And the way Esoteric is built, it's absolutely not going to happen.
It's not going to happen. You'd have to take off your armor, and you would have to get such good rolls to get through that. Like, you're trying to escape his city that you just came into, and he's looking for you. It's really unlikely. If we can pass that. So they take you to him. Well, first they throw you down in a hole is actually what happens. And you fall through fire. And then are tortured for 100 lifetimes before you fall to the floor and break your neck. And then Dis comes walking up to you with clopping feet. Reaches down and says, Esoteric, what are you doing down there? Let me help you. And he grabs your shoulder and he picks you up off the ground, and you feel all your muscles reknitting and bones fitting back together. He says that, like, he has known what has been going on with you. There's a reason he hasn't taken your powers away. It's because if you're messing with Tiamat, then he doesn't have to deal with Avernus. And kind of explains that while he was setting you up to maybe become like his bishop in the world on the more material plane that would do his bidding in erasing towns, he knew there was also a chance that you were going to instead fight Tiamat. Either way, he won in that situation. Eventually, he would ask where you wanted to go back on the material plane. He is going to have you sign a thing that gives him another 100,000 years of your service. But he says, and it also says in the contract that he shows you, that is allowed to be served out on the material plane.
Have I ever interacted directly with this Pater before?
No. So he's now sitting across this like red table from you. The fires that were kind of in every dimension have shifted down into more of a concrete room, but it's got this like orange-red glow to it. As if fire's reflecting off it, there is a vague light, but it's ambient. It's not like harsh like torchlight. He's horned. He's got a bald head. He's wearing a black point collar cloak over a red tunic. He sits down behind this table and offers you to sit as well. He's being all very cordial. He seems like he's somewhat happy with you. What he eventually gets around to asking if you take that contract with him for another 100,000 years, he will send you back to the material plane. And the question is, where do you go? Where do you tell him?
Well, is it still the same? Is it still the same time I left?
No, you left again. You fell for 100 lifetimes, so it's going to be.
But I mean that was in hell.
That was in hell, right?
Yeah, does the material plane? Does the time pass there also?
He would tell you that weeks have passed, not a month yet.
Okay.
On the material plane.
Well, okay, Esoteric has no idea what happened to anyone else. The most he would know about is Bystra, but even then, he's still unsure what happened to Bystra. Yep. So I would, since this pager's talking to me one-on-one, it's not like there's some back and forth here. I would ask about there you go. I would ask about the whereabouts of my friends, because then maybe I would go directly to one of them, depending where they are. And
he says, I don't mind when my servants ask me for things.
Well, on a meta level, I'm thinking I mean, again, Esoteric wouldn't know about this, which is why he would need to ask Dissipator. But perhaps you could use this as a way to that Esoteric goes to retrieve Talia from wherever she ended up. But again, Esoteric doesn't know where that anything even happened to her.
Yeah, Dissipator has that information. You see him, that look like he's gone for a few seconds, abstracted, and it looks like he's talking to someone in his head. And he explains that Talia is on the first layer, a few hundred miles south. Well, she's on the first layer. She's got a trip. If she makes it back, then. Baishra has not been seen by my minions since that time. Rika was abducted. She is on the material plane with captors that can barely hold her. They have her trapped in a metal cage. I'd imagine she will likely escape from this scenario without too much ado once she is given a chance.
I try to sort of separate myself out from the meta narrative, because I think Esoteric would choose Talia, but that's kind of using the knowledge that I know, which Esoteric only is told what he just got told right then. But I guess so if it is Hell, then yeah, actually, I guess.
And yo, Raytox.